So I'd just like to start off, well, first I should introduce myself. I'm Alistair Ferguson. I'm an advisor to the principal at the University of Strathclyde, and I'm a physicist by background. So today's event is part of the Global Measurement and Monitoring Project. Global Measurement and Monitoring Project is supported by the Optica, formerly known as the Optical Society of America, formerly known as the Optical Society, and the AGU, the American Geophysical Union. We're very grateful for their participation. So we'll hear a lot more about this project later today, but before getting into the detail, I'd like to introduce my co-host, Tom Baer. So Tom has been very much behind the GEMM project. I hope you can all see Tom there now. Wave to us, Tom.
Good morning from California.
So Tom has been very much behind the GEMM initiative. It's his brainchild, really. Tom is a professor at Stanford University and a former president of Optica. And he's been essential in bringing together collaboration between Scotland and California and working with a range of universities in Scotland, but particularly the University of Strathclyde. And back in 2009, he hosted the then Deputy First Minister, a certain Nicola Sturgeon, to Stanford. And then by 2017, he hosted her once more when she was then the First Minister. And since then, the Scottish Government has participated in the 2018 launch of the GEMM initiative alongside the Global Climate Action Summit in California, and in 2019 at the launch of the GEMM Scottish Regional Centre here at Strathclyde. So today's event is the latest manifestation of Tom's vision and work to bring together Scotland and Californian interests in research, applied science, and of course climate and the environment. So thank you very much, Tom. Your valuable contributions are greatly appreciated here in Scotland, and we look forward to hearing from you later today. So thanks very much, Tom. Well, we now move on to the first of our presentations this afternoon. So it's my pleasure to introduce Sir Jim McDonald. He's the Principal and Vice-Chancellor here at the University of Strathclyde. Jim was knighted by the Queen in her Jubilee Honours here in 2012 for services to education, engineering and the economy. He's recently been elected President of the Royal Academy of Engineering, and he's a member of the UK Prime Minister's Council of Science and Technology. This makes Jim one of the most important and leading figures in engineering in the UK. So it's my pleasure to introduce Sir Jim to open the event formally. Thank you, Sir Jim.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and our colleagues from around the world, it's a genuine pleasure for me to say a few opening remarks at this important meeting. And of course, it's no coincidence that it's been timed to be alongside COP26. We hear time and time again how important this meeting will be. I think that is absolutely true. And of course, our world leaders that we've welcomed to this fantastic city of Glasgow, and I'm sure you've heard before, in Gaelic, Glasgow means green place, appropriately enough. We should be challenging and holding to account our leaders to take forward that combined effort to tackle the existential problem of the 21st century, i.e. global warming and climate change. But in all of that, there is optimism and there should be hope, because the challenges that we face are largely of our own making through the Industrial Revolution, industrialisation of the nations, but it's in our hands to challenge this through technological innovation, consistent and progressive policies, and then creating the opportunity to invest and support our societies to move forward. I should also say to you, as Alistair has pointed out, I'm an engineer, it's also well timed because today, ladies and gentlemen, this is Engineering Day. It's a day that's given over to the UK to celebrate the very best of engineering. And also that applies to physical scientists, even physicists, Alistair, that you can enjoy the celebration. And for all of you that get involved in Twitter accounts and tweeting, please find This Is Engineering and let the world know what you're doing here and why it's important to connect engineering, physical sciences, policy and demonstration to make a difference. There'll be many millions, particularly of young people, that will be picking up your messages, and let's encourage the next generation to fuel the next wave of solutions as we go forward. It's my privilege to lead this institution. You've heard that I'm an engineer. I'm an electrical power engineer. I worked in industry before I came back into university. I used to build coal-fired power stations and nuclear power stations and transmission systems back in the late 70s through the 80s. But of course, that was then. This is now. The investments we have to make is about a decarbonised vision of an energy future, which of course will include lots of wind, particularly offshore wind. Scotland has a disproportionately excellent community of engineers, designers, a consistent policy that the Scottish Government has pursued for over a decade now, and we hope that we can, even though we're a small nation, demonstrate that by having that big vision, you can make a difference and you can show an exemplified approach to energy systems. But of course, we're also imagining the hydrogen revolution, carbon capture and storage, what we do around BECCS, combining bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, the revolution around transport. I mean, the words that you're hearing about jet zero sound rather trendy, but behind that there's a real commitment to make sure that we tackle the pollution and the emissions that come from air travel. And we can do that through sustainable aviation fuels, all the way through to more electric and in some cases potentially all electric aircraft. But in so doing, we have to make sure we measure and monitor progress, and I'll come back to that in a moment. Here at the university we have a very large capability in power and energy. That ranges from electrical and mechanical engineering. I've talked about wind power design, marine technologies, new grid. As I'm an electrical systems guy, so you should be aware that in Europe alone we need to spend somewhere around $500 billion on rewiring the European mainland, and including the UK and Scotland, to make sure we can accommodate low carbon technologies. But in places like Strathclyde, we're coming up with new control and design methods to do that evolution and invert what is traditionally the large-scale integrated electrical power systems into more distributed and autonomous networks. Again, measurement, control and monitoring becomes key and part of all of that. And we want to educate and respond to the demand of our students. There has never been a better generation than we have now that have got that socially progressive perception of what their education can do for themselves, but how that translates into making a difference in the planet. So we have established a Centre for Sustainable Development here at the university, not only to help coordinate our research, but also to get strong educational experiences for all of our students, be they engineers, scientists, social scientists, humanities or business majors, because they are demanding of us that we help prepare them to be the leaders of tomorrow that tackles some of the challenges that I'll say my generation are leaving them with them, but we must take the responsibility to equip them for all of that. I should also say that I was involved in establishing Sustainable Glasgow about 10 years ago. The mission there was to make Glasgow one of Europe's greenest cities. And we didn't anticipate, of course, we'd be hosting COP26, but Sustainable Glasgow now is acting as a platform for us to look at transport, to look at how urban design is carried out, how we allow citizens to engage with that journey, because the whole concept of just transition means that we have to bring everyone with us. And again, Strathclyde is at the heart of all of that. And GEMM has been an absolute pleasure to be engaged with. It's worthwhile us saying that Tom, who's tuning in to us today, takes great credit for his vision, his partnership with Alistair in particular to get GEMM going. And I have to say, acknowledging Ron Cohen's participation from University of California, Berkeley, and Ron, I said this to you privately, thank you very much for you and your group's engagement to make the monitoring and management of what we're trying to do in Glasgow a reality. And to Craig Meekie, who I think is in the room today, one of my colleagues from the Electronic and Electrical Engineering Department. It's through that international cooperation, that shared vision and the research excellence that we can translate this into high impactful research that makes a difference to people's well-being and indeed opportunities. I'll remind you of a Scottish economist called Adam Smith, who in the Wealth of Nations talked about enlightened self-interest. Let's not forget, as we tackle these problems, let's create industrial opportunities as we go. Let's create new businesses. Let's create industries as we go forward that are decarbonising. So, with all of that, we've talked about education, and to my delight, I know that we have a new doctoral training centre that sits around this, that fuel of PhD activity, the partnerships that you see on the screen before you, between Stanford, Strathclyde, Berkeley, we've got Optica, AGU, Met Office, City of Glasgow, and last but not least NPL, National Physical Laboratory, the UK broad equivalent of NIST. I'm proud to be a non-executive director of NPL, given that Strathclyde is one of the strategic partners there, and that takes us right back into the fundamental purpose of GEMM. We need to measure, we need to monitor so that we get data. We don't want policy-informed evidence. We want evidence that informs policy, and that's where the independence driven by science, engineering and technology is so key. So the applications that many of you have been involved in is absolutely key. And again, I say this politely and respectfully because we have to hold to account our governments, plural, and we have to account those that propose solutions. And if we can't measure, monitor and calibrate and understand that there's a consistent measurement, then we can't really understand what's working as well as we should. And we can't understand when things are failing, or if things that are working well, we can then multiply and get them deployed further and better across the globe. And cities, as we know, soon to in the next couple of decades, have about 80% of the world's population there, generating more than 3/4 of the world's greenhouse gases. No better place to start than in the cities, and I know the City of Glasgow, with the GEMM partnership, is making a great difference there. So I will conclude there by saying simply, this is a fantastic gathering of our international partners. Let's make sure that this is the start of something even bigger and better, and let's hope that the fuel of COP26 allows GEMM to have an even more prominent role than it has just now. So with that, colleagues, it's my great pleasure now to welcome formally our Minister for Just Transition, Employment and Fair Work, and that's Richard Lochhead. So while his parliamentary constituency is in Moray, and he's held that position since 2006, I'm delighted to say Richard is a Glaswegian, so he's breathing in the atmosphere of COP26 and the ambition that we're trying to drive out of the current conference. Richard was previously an MSP for North East Scotland, 1999 to 2006. He served as Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs, Food and Environment to 2016, and where Richard and I worked quite closely together. His next posting was as Minister for Further and Higher Education and Science from 2018 to 2021, and I'm delighted still he holds a senior role in government. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Richard to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim, for the introduction. And it's a real pleasure for me to be back at the University of Strathclyde and back in Glasgow, and back at one of our leading universities that continues to go from strength to strength under the phenomenal leadership of Jim, and of course which is involved in vital projects and partnerships like GEMM, but also, very importantly, is delivering excellent teaching and research for Scotland as well. So it's a real pleasure for me to be joining you all this afternoon on behalf of the Scottish Government, obviously, but also the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, whom, as many of you will know, has heavily engaged in this particular partnership and was involved in various events in the past. And having previously served as the Minister for Higher Education, Jim's remarks, and indeed the location that we're meeting here today, does make me think about the extraordinary ability of universities to tackle the most complex and challenging issues of our time. And I know also there's some visitors here, I should mention, from outside of Scotland, who we just met briefly before we came into the room. So a very warm welcome to those of you who are here from overseas in particular. Welcome to Glasgow, welcome to Scotland, and I know you are here for COP26, I'm sure, as well, which is a phenomenally important event, and likewise I'm here for many COP26 events as well, and hold the eyes of the world are in Glasgow, and the future indeed of the world depends upon what comes out of the negotiations just along the road from here. Even though I'm originally from Glasgow, as reminded by Jim, I do of course live and work and represent Murray constituency in the north of Scotland, so that's where 50% of Scotch whisky is produced. So for those of you from overseas, please have a dram of Scotch whisky before you go back home, and make sure you enjoy that experience while you're here as well. But we're very rightly proud of Scotland's universities, which have a long history of supporting Scotland and supporting progress, and of course, you know, of meeting these big challenges that the world does face, from genetics to engineering to the most important challenges we face today in the 21st century, like climate change. And of course, it's extremely rare that one person acting alone can overcome these complex challenges that the world faces, and the ability to achieve success in tackling these challenges is really down to collaboration and sharing of knowledge across national boundaries and continental boundaries and all boundaries. And we've seen over the last 18 months the importance of scientists working together. The development of the COVID-19 vaccines would not have been possible without partnerships between researchers and again sharing knowledge and experience across all these boundaries. We are of course still in the midst of the pandemic and must take all the necessary measures to keep ourselves and others safe, but science is the path back to normality. Climate change is similarly a global and existential threat, again, as Jim said. And like COVID-19, it's with us here and now and is a real-time challenge we have to deal with. We see it all too often in more extreme weather events, in the threat to biodiversity and global food supplies. And that's why this week, with the eyes of the world on Glasgow, we need the world to unite in shared ambition. And we must work in partnership the world over to reduce emissions and tackle the emerging issues caused by climate change and global warming. We might not get another chance to drive forward real effective change, so we absolutely have to act now. It's now time for delivery. We know what we've got to do. We just have to get on with it. Now, everyone has a role to play at national and local level, across academia, and of course at home in our local communities as well. And I'm lucky enough to have held multiple roles across the government. In each role, I have seen the challenges that climate change brings to society and our country. But I've also seen the change and innovation that's come about in response to these challenges. I've seen it in our food and drink industry, the decarbonisation of transport, energy efficiency in our buildings, and our pivot to clean energy. It's worth reminding ourselves that as we meet here today that Scotland has halved its emissions since 1990, and also 97% of the equivalent of our domestic use of electricity is from renewable resources now. And I was first elected to Parliament back in 1999, at the beginning of the Parliament, and the targets we set then were seen as a pipe dream, and were seen as too ambitious, and we'll never get there, and what we're all playing at. And here we are today, meeting in 97% of our electricity is from renewable resources. In each of these areas we're talking about, support from science and technology has been essential to further inform our understanding and help achieve our ambitions quicker. As political leaders, we have an obligation to listen to the data, listen to the experts, and make sure we take all the necessary steps. And in Scotland, as I've just referred to, we have ambitious climate change policies, and they are informed by science-based targets, and we're happy to be held to account on these and the impact we have on our environment. And critically, in Scotland, our approach is also designed to be fair and just, ensuring that we can deliver on climate change while leaving no one behind at the same time. And I should say that as we meet here in Glasgow, we meet in the city that, if I recall correctly, was formerly referred to as the second city of the empire, and of course played a big role in driving forward the Industrial Revolution. So I think it's fair to say, as we meet here in Glasgow, we are reminded that we've made more than our fair share to the problems we're now trying to address in the 21st century. So the support in addressing these challenges from experts like all of you in the audience today have played a vital role in shaping our agenda. And the relationship between Scotland and California, born out of the memorandum signed by the First Minister and Governor Brown back in 2017, highlighted our shared ambition to tackle the climate threat. And it's not only important, but it shows the positive impact international collaboration can have again in tackling these global challenges. So the group is the perfect example of what I've spoken about so far. It recognises the urgent need to address climate change. It recognises the importance of partnership, and it seeks to support practical action here and now. And your technology, demonstrated in the sensor network that you have been operating here in Glasgow, allows us to better understand the immediate local climate issues we face, particularly in large urban areas which we know are responsible for over 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. And being able to show data detailing impacts at local level really brings the issues home. We know that when this happens, when people directly relate to the issues that impact on their lives, they are more likely to engage and change their behaviours, something we need to do if we're going to meet these climate change net zero targets. So, climate change is impacting on us here and now. We can see and feel the effects around us. We have the capabilities to slow some of the negative climate-related changes and accelerate our ambitions to a cleaner, greener future. This group's in-depth research and pioneering technology is an exemplar, a real exemplar for how we need to step up and take action. We're not dragging our feet, we're not waiting and seeing, and like the sensor network you've created, we need to be acting in real time. Your understanding and your willingness to reach across these international borders, to work with governments and academics and scientists and non-profit organisations in a bid to achieve a common goal is one that should be widely recognised, and I thank you for your leadership. So as we look forward together to hopefully a brighter future and a successful COP26, I am confident that with groups such as this we're celebrating today and talking about, we have the capabilities to overcome the climate challenge we currently all face. And I very much look forward to hearing more about your work and wish you a successful event. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to Sir Jim and Mr Lochhead, Cabinet Minister Lochhead. I think I got the session off to a great start, so thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next phase of our programme, which we're calling the Policy Plenary. We have a number of speakers here, and the first one of which is the leader of the Glasgow City Council, Susan Aitken. We've been working very closely with Glasgow City Council in this project. We see it very much as a partnership between the University of Strathclyde and the City of Glasgow. And so we're delighted that Susan is going to give us a presentation. The presentation is going to be given in a pre-recorded message, and so we can hear the message from Susan Aitken now.
Hi, I'm Susan Aitken, leader of Glasgow, host city of COP26. Thank you for the opportunity to address today's summit and the critical issue of the impact of pollution and climate on the lives of our citizens. In the past 12 months on the road to COP, I've had countless opportunities to tell Glasgow's story, an outward-looking international city, always willing to embrace change, which is once again known for its spirit of innovation and collaboration. From sport, arts and culture to the unique character of our citizens, and now as host to the most significant global gathering of our generation, the world knows that something is happening in Glasgow. But I've never shirked from being honest about Glasgow, about the legacies of our past and the challenges of our present. In 2021, poor air quality remains a clear social justice issue, a barrier to improving well-being and prosperity. In a city where 46% of households have no access to a car, still our most disadvantaged communities are disproportionately affected by transport-related emissions. These impacts are well known, and our knowledge of them is expanding all the time. Whether it's the impact on cardiovascular disease and breathing conditions such as asthma, or the less obvious contribution to conditions such as dementia, diabetes or cancers, air pollution affects us all, and especially our most vulnerable citizens. We talk a lot about the inseparability of climate and social justice. That's as relevant here in Glasgow as anywhere. From the outset in 2017, my administration has confronted the issue, putting in place Scotland's first low-emission zone, phasing out all but the cleanest vehicles from our city centre. We've taken on vested interests and ingrained cultures around private car use and are accelerating the reprioritisation of road space. Meanwhile, our prospectus for investment, a core element of Glasgow's Green Deal, which we're inviting discussions with potential funders on, includes an entire new public transport mode for the city region and a cap on Scotland's busiest stretch of motorway, where it cuts right through the heart of the city. Unlike our urban peers across the planet, we've had a glimpse of what the future can be. Lockdown here in Glasgow and in cities across the planet saw not only a major reduction in traffic, but also an uptake in active travel and an opportunity for citizens to experience cleaner, greener, more breathable cities. Indeed, much of the road space given over to walking, cycling and wheeling during the pandemic in Glasgow has since been permanently closed to cars. Data and evidence, as we all recognise, is critical to informing these policies and initiatives, and also to measuring the impact of those decisions and monitoring their progress. When I spoke at last year's event, Glasgow was then in the process of putting in place a network of sensors to provide us with a detailed picture of where carbon emissions are produced at source, as well as tracking levels of carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, nitrogen dioxide, ozone and particle matter. For the first time, we've been able to move away from our reliance on 2-year-old data on CO2 levels and see the real-time impact of emissions on our carbon output and air quality, adding the necessary evidence and urgency to meeting GHG and air pollution reduction targets. Later in today's programme, partners from the University of Strathclyde and my colleague Dom Callaghan from Glasgow City Council will speak in detail about that later programme. I'll leave the science and the analysis of the data to the experts. What I want to touch on briefly is how GEMS epitomises our shared approach to addressing the challenges of the climate emergency, combining technological innovation and international collaboration to deliver solutions that improve both our environment and the lives of ordinary citizens. We've long recognised here in Glasgow that we can't shape solutions to our challenges in municipal or governmental isolation. As we enter this critical decade for the future of our planet, that culture of collaboration between political leadership, business, academia and civil society is shaping our response to the climate emergency. The climate emergency needs innovators and facilitators to help create the foundations and infrastructure for change. It requires an innovative approach to relationships and partnership building as much as it will rely on technological and scientific innovation. The GEMS initiative is a great illustration of the willingness to work across boundaries, sectoral and geographic, to make our cities better places to live and the future of our planet more secure. Indeed, there really is something of the virtuous circle about this project, where solutions to the global challenge of greenhouse gas emissions are developed in partnership within the host city of COP and with the citizens of that city, with all of its historic and contemporary challenges around air quality, are among the first to benefit from it. I mentioned a moment ago about being upfront about the challenges Glasgow faces. Our context is not unique. It's shared hundreds of times over by our peers globally. I believe this is what makes Glasgow an ideal host for COP26, our urban typicality. Cities like ours may be where the greatest challenges to decarbonisation lie, but it's also where the greatest gains are to be found. We may be literally the world's heat maps, but cities like Glasgow are also the cradles of innovation where the modern world is made and remade. Throughout our journey to COP26, I've stressed that climate action and ambition must be about more than targets. It must be made relevant to the life chances of our citizens, to their communities and their cities. GEMS is about much more than data and monitoring. It's about solutions, collaboration, urban commonality, and addressing the injustices and legacies of our past by helping to create greener, safer, healthier streets, cleaner air, and putting the well-being of people and planet at the centre of our shared efforts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to Susan and to the City of Glasgow. Our next speaker is Samuel Assefa. He will join us virtually in a minute. Samuel serves as the Director of California Governor's Office of Planning and Research, an agency that fosters a goal-driven collaboration, delivers guidance to state partners and local communities, and focuses on land use and community development, climate resilience, and high road economic development. So the pre-recorded remarks from Samuel will come through now.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Assefa, the Director of the Office of Planning and Research in California. First, I want to thank the hosts of today's important events. COP26 is happening at a truly pivotal moment. Looking back the last 2 years, COVID-19 and extreme climate events have put a bright spotlight on how the world is interconnected. The fast spread of the virus and global economic disruptions are just a few examples. And both the pandemic and extreme climate events have disproportionately impacted low-income and communities of color around the world and here in California. So looking forward, the next 10 years are critical to meeting our climate goals, thinking globally and acting locally. We must increase our ambitions and deliver a future that is not only low carbon, but just and equitable. A bit about me. I was born and raised in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, before immigrating to the US to pursue studies in architecture and city planning. I've lived and worked in 8 cities, 4 countries, and 3 continents. So my experience affirms that having a global perspective is not only essential, but imperative for addressing what I believe to be the most existential threat to the planet, climate change. But as we think global, we also need to act local. My career has focused on driving better land use, climate, and equity outcomes at the local level in cities such as Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, Addis Ababa, among others. And as someone who has been on the front lines of implementation, making sure our local counterparts have the tools, the funding, and the support they need to reduce climate-causing emissions must be a priority. The office I currently lead, the Governor's Office of Research and Planning, is responsible for implementing climate-smart and equitable land use policies at the state level. This work informs how we help communities build affordable housing close to jobs and low-carbon transportation, provide clean energy, and how we help communities adapt to our changing climate. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report in August of this year highlighted what we know to be true, that climate change has reached code red for humanity if we do not act urgently and boldly, and if we do not act now. In California, we only need to look out our windows to see the devastating impacts of climate change. With this year alone, it has included drought emergencies across the state, extreme heat, catastrophic wildfires exposing millions of Californians to unhealthy air, and just this last week, historic storm surges and flooding. Amid our state's many climate impacts, the state and Governor Newsom continue to take bold actions to protect communities and advance California's nation-leading climate agenda in several integrated ways. I'll highlight just 3 areas: mitigation, adaptation, and data-informed policy and research. On mitigation, California has adopted ambitious emissions reductions targets across sectors, and we're making steady progress. In 2006, established a statewide goal of reducing our emissions to 1990 levels by 2020. This goal was achieved 4 years early in 2016. In 2016, set emissions reductions goal of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. And longer-term goals established by past and current governors include 80% emission reduction below 1990 levels by 2050, carbon neutrality by 2045, and just last year, Governor Newsom took bold actions requiring that all new cars sold in the state be zero emission by 2035, setting a goal to end oil extraction, strengthening emission standards for polluting trucks, and pledging to conserve 30% of land and coastal water by 2030. These are the kinds of actions that we need to take at the state level. On adaptation, the Newsom administration's commitment to help California's communities adapt to climate impacts include Office of Planning and Research's role in leading the Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Program, which serves as the hub for statewide coordination and alignment on climate adaptation and resiliency. And then just recently, the historic $15 billion climate budget commitment made by Governor Newsom, which includes a $3.7 billion for climate resilience. With this funds, unprecedented investments are being made to align economic resilience and climate goals, as well as strengthening the leadership capacity of key regional and local stakeholders. I would note that these investments will place low-income and people of color communities that we know are disproportionately impacted at the center of climate resilience funding and action. And third, science-based data-informed research. We conduct extensive science climate research, including California's climate change assessments, the only comprehensive state assessment in the country, and a commitment that goes beyond just investing in research, but extends into funding research partnerships that accelerate the translation of science into policy and projects and interventions on the ground at the local level. California is also making investments in real-time data collection and monitoring, which includes a recent partnership between the California Air Resources Board and other public and private partners to use satellites that can identify emissions at the hyper-local level, with results made available to the public to inform swift and targeted mitigation actions. Lastly, I want to emphasize the role cities and regional governments play in supporting statewide efforts to meet California's ambitious climate goals. Hundreds of cities and counties have adopted climate action plans that set goals, targets, and actions to achieve locally based mitigation targets. Given the importance of adaptation, local governments are now actively updating their local plans to assess climate vulnerabilities and how best to adapt to climate change and build resilience. Data is a critical component of cities' climate agendas to measure what matters, set benchmarks, and track the success of interventions, especially in California's most impacted communities. Just as an example, in 2017, California established the first of its kind community air protection program to reduce pollution exposure in communities based on environmental, health, and socioeconomic information. The program requires air monitoring, emission reduction plans, and funding to deploy strategies in the most impacted areas. As we chart a path forward that leverages integrated strategies, we need to make sure that we are democratizing resources, information, and technologies with municipal partners, as well as our local communities. This work is also happening at Office of Planning and Research through the California Strategic Growth Council, including through programs like Transformative Climate Communities, which has invested over $230 million into 26 different community-driven, hyper-local, integrated resilience projects in California's most disadvantaged communities. This work is happening at Office of Planning and Research through the California Strategic Growth Council's programs like Transformative Climate Communities, which has invested over $230 million into 26 different community-driven, hyper-local, integrated resilience projects in California's most disadvantaged communities. In conclusion, as we consider the road ahead over the next decade, it is clear that not only we need global thinking and collaboration, that every level of government, from the international level to local level, has an essential role to play in addressing climate change. It is also apparent that it is not just one strategy that will achieve our climate goals. It is mitigation and adaptation, technologies and tools, such as those highlighted through the GEMM initiative here today. Unprecedented investment, continued commitment to science, and providing equitable access to all of this to anyone who wants it. I believe that will help us secure a resilient and equitable future. Thank you again for having me here today.
Thank you very much to Samuel. We now move on to our next speaker, Janene Tuniz. Janene is based in UN Habitat headquarters in Nairobi, where she provides technical assistance and support to national governments and local authorities in the development and implementation of sustainable urban mobility plans and investment strategies. So let's hear from Janene.
Hello, my name is Janene Tuniz and I'm joining you today from Nairobi, Kenya on behalf of the UN Habitat's Urban Mobility team. I'm incredibly excited, grateful and humbled to be contributing to this panel discussion on meeting global greenhouse gases and air quality targets through real-time measurement. To start, I'd like to stress that the data gap still persists. The Global SDG Indicators database reveals that of 5 of the 17 goals, fewer than half of the 193 countries and areas have internationally comparable data. This lack of data is particularly worrisome for Goal 13. On average, only about 1 in 6 countries have data available. Country-level deficits are also significant in areas related to sustainable cities and communities and affect action on improving air quality. Ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being, as well as making cities inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable is paramount to the urban agenda. We have some challenges ahead of us too. The global fleet of light-duty vehicles is set to double by 2050, and up to 90% of this growth will take place in low and middle-income countries. In sub-Saharan Africa, one of the greatest contributors to ambient air pollution is traffic from old and poorly maintained vehicle fleets. It's no secret that national, regional, and local governments need precise and timely data related to these challenges to implement better policies for well-being, sustainable development, and climate. Unfortunately, most policymakers in this sphere do not have access to high-quality data, and many are still investing in high-carbon infrastructure and highly polluting industries. Although the relationship often seems self-evident, particularly in a panel like this one, there have been few opportunities to quantify the relationship between increased traffic emissions from motorized transport and the effect it has on air quality in many low and middle income countries. Unlike measuring modal shift, walking and cycling, or the number of people on a bus, air quality and emissions are largely invisible or intangible. Meaningful data in this sphere allows us to understand the physical impact, something that we cannot physically see. UN Habitat has been working with a number of other stakeholders to make the intangible actionable. Early lessons learned in our work showed that data generated by low-cost sensors in cities where there's no formal measuring stations can greatly enhance insight and knowledge in local environments if supplemented with capacity building and technical assistance. Using these lessons learned, we're playing a kind of convening role between data collectors and policymakers, including academia and researchers. Through the Urban Pathways Project and Solutions Plus, we're supporting a number of cities in improving their air quality. The activities, which center on supporting decision makers, involves low-cost monitoring, scientific analysis, and exciting needs and forecasting. It's geared towards capturing the status quo, identifying hotspots, and showing that air pollution would worsen in a business-as-usual scenario. The decision-maker support process includes a starting point of citizen engagement, data collection, and then taking action. Uniquely, the data collection involves deployment on local vehicles, which then move around the city and collect the information on the street level. The second phase, the forecasting, which is led by the University of Helsinki with support from the Finnish Meteorological Institute, uses data collected to determine what would happen if nothing changed, how it would shift if, for example, a mobility master plan were implemented, and what would happen if, for example, half of the bus fleet was suddenly to become electric. The data is then used to plan mobility futures and make recommendations in real time too. We've been running a project in Kigali, amongst others. Important to note that there is a lot of work that's been done in Kigali for transport. However, there's also some challenges. In a study conducted by Rwanda in the Rwandan Environment Management Authority in 2018, it was found that one of the main sources of anthropogenic air pollution is from road traffic. And that's set to double by 2050 in a business as usual scenario. There's a wide array of stakeholders involved, including the University of Rwanda at the center, Open Seneca providing the tools, University of Helsinki, the analysis, and other key roles played by the Urban Electric Mobility Initiative, the City of Kigali, and others. For the deployment on locally appropriate vehicles, very importantly was the use of 16 ampersand electric motor taxis and a number of cyclists. They recorded air quality data on their daily travels for a period of 4 weeks. There were over 6 million data points that allowed us to map street by street. So here you see two maps. The first captures PM 2.5 absolute values. The data was collected starting around 5 a.m. each day until about 9 p.m. It shows an average of 31 micrograms per cubic meters. For reference, the WHO guidelines recommend no more than 15 as exposure levels a day. The second map at the bottom is a hotspot map. It shows the areas that consistently are exposed to higher levels of air pollution and require immediate intervention. Together with the monitoring, the project engaged with citizens in the hotspot zones to corroborate the findings and better understand the higher levels of PM 2.5. Is it because of an unpaved road or vehicle congestion or polluting cars? And I can talk about this for ages, but time is limited, so I will wrap up here. I wanted to note that as the world looks forward to building back better and greener and healthier, it will be important that decision makers make the right choices for the future of urban mobility. Activities related to the global environmental measurement and monitoring initiative give me the true sense of optimism that not only will the future of mobility be cleaner and healthier, but also that the availability of affordable, reliable data and the ability to wield it for good will increase exponentially in the coming years. Thank you for having us. Looking forward to the other discussions.
So thank you very much, Janene. We now turn to the final speaker in this session. I'd like to introduce Professor Donna Strickland, who I'm glad to say is here in person. Donna is a Nobel Laureate in physics, and she was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2018. She's a professor in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the University of Waterloo in Canada. She served as the president of what was the Optical Society and is now called Optica in 2013. She is a fellow of Optica. She's a fellow of SBIE, fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, and a fellow of the Royal Society. Donna.
Thank you very much, Alistair, for that nice introduction. I'm happy to be here in person. This is my first time out of my dining room in 20 months, so glad to be here in Glasgow. So I was wondering what I was supposed to speak about, because I do know that Tom, who started the GEMM initiative, was going to speak about GEMM, but I was told to speak about our efforts of how to bring GEMM to Canada, something I've been working on since at least 2017. So I'm at the University of Waterloo in Waterloo, Ontario. It's on my map later, so I'll try to show where Waterloo is. Not everybody knows. Obviously, this is a picture taken before COVID, since no one has their masks on, in a lovely fall day a few years ago. So there we go. So I do get asked a lot about why I'm leading this push in Canada, because I neither work on sensors nor do I work on environmental measurement. But I was president of Optica, or OSA, back in 2013. And I really did want to work with Tom on pushing the importance of optics and photonics to government leaders around the world. And in particular, I want to push my own leaders to understand its importance. Because we in optics and photonics do like to say how it is, not only an enabling technology, but probably the technology of the 21st century. And it can do so many things. We can measure its change of color, change of direction, change of power, And so many people around the world work on optical sensors for all kinds of reasons. But when we thought about, trying to explain the importance of optics and photonics to governments around the world, and we wanted a, unified approach, what Tom really came up with was the fact that the Paris Accord had been signed. Government leaders were trying to think about the environment and environmental measurement, and we really wanted to say, well, then one must think about optics and photonics. So that's really my shtick, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So what are we doing in Canada? Now, this is a slide that I got from Tom. He's probably going to show a more recent one with his stars showing all the GEMM centers around the world. You'll see that I've added 3 little maple leaves for Canadian discussions. So back in 2017, Optica helped me run a meeting in Ottawa, the capital of Canada, and to try to say that what we need is a GEMM initiative, hopefully national, but whether it's a GEMM institute or network, we didn't quite know. And we had it in Ottawa, hoping that we could get government people to come and hear us. And there were a few outcomes from that first meeting. One is that it said we really didn't have our elevator pitch put together yet to really resonate with policymakers. But 2, what it really helped solidify was a great partnership with our National Research Council. They've been working with me ever since, trying to push this idea, so that was great. And the other one was that University of Laval in Quebec City already was doing something that we want to push in the GEMM initiative, and that is have sensor technology people work with environmental scientists. And so I already knew that Université Laval had one of our biggest and longest running optics and photonics research centers. What I didn't know at the time was that it's also very well known for Arctic biology, and a large part of Canada, its geography, is in the Arctic. And as we know, the Arctic is probably feeling climate change more than most. And so we realized then that Sentinel North, which is this research entity at Université Laval, should be part of the GEMM network, and so they became one of the GEMM centers. So that's the star there in Quebec City in Canada. I could point to it, but the pointer wouldn't work for the people online. So you have the one star in Canada, and that's that yellow country north of the United States. That's our GEMM center that's already been there. But because the downside of that first meeting was that we didn't really have a good story to tell our government leaders, I realized that we should have another meeting where it's really more about just the environmental scientists and the technology people getting together to see what does resonate with us, what Canada should be working on in this field. And so NRC then hosted our next meeting in Boucherville. The NRC in Boucherville specializes in natural resources, okay? And so it's one of the players that really needs to monitor their outputs. So it was a good place to hold that meeting. It was a successful meeting, but we realized that it was just the first step. And so also, environment is a pan-Canadian event. It means it should be all levels of government looking after the environment. We are, as you can see on the map, a huge country with just slightly less than 40 million people spread across that country. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't just huddle in Ontario or just over the border to Quebec. So the next meeting was scheduled for Edmonton at NRC in Edmonton, where they do nanotechnology. So we were trying to go from the people that need to measure to the people that could maybe help with the measurements. Unfortunately, by the time we got to Edmonton, COVID had arrived, so that was really an online meeting, but I'm going to leave the star anyway on Edmonton, or not the star, the maple leaf. So, and the output of that, we realized that what we really need in Canada, because it is such a large country where we're all spread out, is a virtual network. And so that's where we're going with forward on this. But just to give you this as an example, so this is the one from Sentinel North at Université Laval. So for you to understand this PowerPoint, as things get circled here, you have to read it sort of left to right. That's time changing through the seasons. But we're standing at one spot on the globe, and that's the Green Edge Ice Camp, which is up in the Canadian Arctic. Presumably, at this one spot, the polar bear, the seal, and the person would not all be on the spot at the same time. But any time in the season before April, they're standing on 1.2 meters of ice. And by July, there is no ice, okay? So what the Arctic biologists are wanting to study for this particular study is the spring bloom of the phytoplankton. Now, the phytoplankton is a big part of the biosphere there, and climate change is altering the spring bloom of it, and so this is what they're trying to measure. It's important all the way down to feeding the fish. So it is of vital importance. They want to understand it. And what this slide is trying to show is that to understand that one thing, environmental concern, about the biosphere, they need this many measurements. So this is just showing how many measurements are done in order to understand that one thing. The ones circled are photonics measurements, and they are being looked after then by the photonics people at Université Laval. So this is just a slide what GEMM is all about. It is the fact that we can speed along, we can really enhance the environmental measurements if we work together with the technology people in helping to come up with these new measurements that are needed in order to understand this one environmental measurement. So this is what we're going to try to replicate right across the country and then be virtually networked all together, hopefully have annual in-person meetings as well so that we can all get together. So towards that goal then, this past summer, we did put in a proposal. Hopefully it will be funded. I'll find out in December. But if not, of course, we'll keep pushing. So what this is showing is that we are, again, trying to get right across Canada. So I told you that I was going to show you where Waterloo is without using a pointer. So you'll see there's a whole stream of little maple leaves there in the center. The one on the bottom is Windsor, and the next one up is where Waterloo is, okay? And we go on. It may look like I've sort of got my buddies close to me as the main part of the center, and that's probably true too, because I had to start with people I know. But also, just so you know, out of the almost 40 million Canadians, almost half of us live where all of those stars are, and the rest of the half gets spread right across. We are trying to get coast to coast to coast. I was a little too late to bring in people from the Maritimes on the east, but I did start speaking to them just before we put the proposal in. University of Laval is the most eastward one of those many stars, northeast ones, and they do work in the Arctic. I want to point out the one that's in the province of Saskatchewan, pretty much almost in the middle of Canada. That is our First Nations university. So when we say pan-Canadian and that we have to look after the environment with all levels of government, we must include the Indigenous voices. And so it was important to us to reach out to the First Nations University, and they do have environmental science as part of their program there. And they're going to help us get the dialogue going so that when we do work, and if we do work within Indigenous communities, that we are doing it with them in partnership. So this is most of what I wanted to say, that I guess what I'm here, we've mostly been talking about policymakers, and I'm just a scientist, but it's sort of been a road as how do scientists get out and start speaking to the government. I was happy to say that by the Edmonton meeting, we did have representation there from Natural Resources Canada and Environment Canada, and from our funding agency, NSERC, and from the highest level of the National Research Council. And so government, by this time, by our third meeting, they were there and speaking very positively and reached out to me to let me know about this funding so that I could apply for it. So hopefully we're going to be successful. Some of the maple leafs here are people that I've met through the GEMM initiative, people that talked at this meeting last year, and also then talked at the AGU meeting not quite a year ago. I'm trying to remember when that was. And so I met fellow Canadians through those Zoom meetings and reached out to them. Because again, as a photonics person, I knew photonics people right across the country, but I have to say, I'm just starting to learn who are big players in environmental sciences right across the country. Also saying at each one of these, we will try to have nodes, and we've had one meeting at Waterloo. Because again, just like University of Laval, it's easier to collaborate when you have people just sort of across campus as opposed to across the country. So hopefully we will have nodes at each of these and be networked right across Canada, and then we'll be networked around the world through the whole GEMM initiative. So I think that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Donna will be here for the rest of the day, so please take the opportunity to talk to her. Seeing those maps of the world reminded me of a little story. Someone inquired, where exactly is England? And so the Scotsman says, well, you get a map of the world, look right at the centre, that's a country called Scotland. England just sits a little bit below it, in many senses of that word. We've had a lot about the GEMM initiative, supported by the AGU and Optica, and we'd just like to show a short video that will work you into a frenzy of excitement.
Cities are responsible for supplying a safe, healthy and sustainable environment for their residents. Since cities generate 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, they have an additional challenge of helping reduce the impacts of climate change and help their nations meet greenhouse gas emission goals under the Paris Agreement. Two leading scientific societies, Optica and AGU, are working to help cities reduce these emissions by providing them with the data to make sound, evidence-based decisions. Highly accurate, location-specific climate data is necessary for governments, communities, organisations and researchers around the globe to make the political and business decisions that are needed to halt and reverse the impact of climate change, as well as adapt to it.
The Global Environmental Measurement and Monitoring Urban Air Pilot Project benefits global research and demonstrates how universities, leading scientific organisations and governments can work together towards a common goal.
This innovative programme is deploying state-of-the-art sensors around Glasgow to monitor greenhouse gas emissions and pollutants in real time and will produce more accurate maps of the city's GHG inventory and air quality. The GEMM initiative is connecting experts from around the world to form regional centres that create and share new measurement technologies and climate models. Sensors can be deployed in any city around the world and provide localised information. And the more cities that participate, the better the models. Learn more at gemminitiative.org.
So thank you to the USA and the AGU for producing that little video. So I want now to introduce Tom Baer again. Tom is, as I've already said, one of the initiator, really, of GEMM, and he's going to tell us a bit more about it from his perspective. So let's hear from Tom.
On behalf of the American Geophysical Union and Optica, I would like to thank you for participating in this COP26 GEMM Summit entitled Cities Are the Key to the Climate Solution. Optica and AGU began working on the GEMM initiative 4 years ago. Optica is the leading scientific society devoted to advancing the science and technology of light, while AGU is the world's largest scientific society focused on advancing our understanding of our planet's environment. Together, these societies include more than 80,000 scientists and engineers located in over 130 countries across the globe. Optics and photonics are essential technologies incorporated in measurement instruments, supplying vital data and providing critical insights on our changing environment. Satellite imaging systems provide detailed maps of planet-wide greenhouse gas concentrations and record the impact of climate change on a global scale. Airborne laser and detector systems precisely measure the changing levels of atmospheric gases and help us understand the complex chemical reactions determining the concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Laser-based LiDAR systems allow remote ranging of the gases emitted by natural and anthropogenic sources that significantly contribute to global warming. Low-cost ground-based sensors can accurately track emission levels of carbon dioxide, ozone, sulfur dioxide, and other greenhouse and toxic gases at the neighborhood scale in cities. Optical sensors in over 3,000 ocean floats distributed across all of the world's oceans map the pH, CO2, and nitrate levels as a function of position and ocean depth. The members of Optica, scientists, engineers, and students are working on evolving these technologies to provide more complete and more accurate data to better understand the trajectory of our changing climate and its regional impacts. The GEMM network consists of multidisciplinary centers located at half a dozen leading universities around the world. These GEMM centers are focused on developing and deploying new measurement technologies and improved climate models. We are working closely with regional and national governments, industrial partners, international standards organizations, economists, and lawyers to provide guidance to governments assisting in developing practical, equitable, and effective government policies to both mitigate and adapt to the many crises caused by our changing climate. At this COP26 summit, we are highlighting a specific initiative that is a result of a collaboration between the University of California, Berkeley, Stanford University, which are located at the GEMM Center in Northern California, and the University of Strathclyde and the City of Glasgow, located at the GEMM Center here in Scotland. This initiative is based on research by Berkeley professor Ron Cohen, who has developed low-cost greenhouse and pollution gas monitoring devices that are deployed in a dense spatial array, providing real-time data on gas concentrations in several cities, including the City of Glasgow. As you will hear in the next sessions, this data is input into regional climate models that can be used to precisely locate the position and emission levels of sources and sinks within the urban region. This information can provide input into models that allow predictions of the impact of government policies on GHG emission levels, and moreover can also be incorporated into economic models to estimate the financial impacts of proposed government policies. We applaud the City of Glasgow and the University of Strathclyde, who are demonstrating the benefits of a constructive university and city government collaboration. I believe this is a powerful model that can be duplicated in many cities across the globe. I'd like to thank all of the many organizations that are participating in this summit, and I encourage all of you to submit questions and comments during the several discussion sessions scheduled throughout the day. And if your city or region is interested in participating in this GEMM initiative, please contact us at www.gemminitiative.org.
Thank you very much, Tom. Our next speaker is Guy Brasseur. Guy is a senior scientist and head of the environmental modelling group at the Max Planck Institute for Meteorology, in Hamburg. And he's a member of the council leadership team of the AGU. So let's hear from Guy.
Good afternoon. I'm Guy Brasseur, and I'm representing the American Geophysical Union. Today, I'd like to show you that AGU is very happy to work with GEMM and to help cities mitigate and adapt to climate change. AGU is a large and inclusive community of Earth and space scientists. They, of course, are all dedicated to understanding how the Earth system and planetary system function, but they're also very interested in providing solution to societal challenges. AGU is a worldwide organization with members residing in 145 countries in the world, in all continents. And of course, as any society, scientific society, it provides a large number of publications, organize regular meetings, and in particular, the fall meetings every year that is attended by more than 25,000 members. And also, of course, involves the community and a lot of volunteers. Now, the AGU spans the Earth and space science through many disciplines, dealing with the atmosphere, the ocean, the land, the connection through hydrology to atmospheric chemistry, looking also at planetary interiors, and trying to integrate in a global environmental framework how all the processes connect and determine the variability and the fate of our planet. Climate change is, of course, on the agenda. It is a global problem and has, of course, immediately effects that are observed on the regional and on the local scale. And so in addition to being strongly involved in the observation of the planet and on physical measurements, AGU is also supporting the development of climate models projection, and those projections, of course, need to be downscaled so that we're going from the pure science of a complex system into essentially the information that is needed to address the problem of climate change on a much smaller timescale, including, of course, the urban timescale. And here we're very happy to see that this year, 2 AGU members, Suki Manabi and Klaus Hasselmann, who are climate modelers, were the laureate of the 2021 Nobel Prize in physics. They have been precursors, in fact, in developing those models and also understanding how variability and long-term trends in climate are important to understand and predict global warming. But in addition to the science, of course, AGU is also very interested in transferring information and help individuals and the public, private sector also, to make really smart decisions that involve climate information. And so climate services have been created. They provide essentially, in addition to observations and global model prediction or projection, they provide advices on good practice, approaches to mitigation, but also to adaptation to climate change. And in addition, of course, to just the development of the solution, also the education of users, which is, of course, very important. As for what concerns air pollution and atmospheric chemistry, in particular, we need also an integrated strategy that involves basically observations on the ground, from space, also during field campaign, into an integrative modeling approach that help us to predict the future, but also to attribute the sources of air pollution that we experience. And in particular, the use of low-cost sensors become very, very important to better understand how the city and respond essentially to human activities and how it affects air pollution, but also finally contribute to the emission of greenhouse gases and affect, therefore, the climate system. At the end, what we really need is a framework for integrated urban research, but also in addition to have the information needed to manage the city, to see how the contribution of the city to global change can be minimized. And you see here, for example, an attempt by some AGU scientists, or at least publishing in an AGU journal, an integrated view on urban research and how AGU can then basically involve its community to provide the information that a number of you here are welcoming and expecting from our community. Finally, I would like to enhance my point here about communication and indicate that we need to involve scientists in science more and more. And so the development of citizen science is one of the best ways to communicate and to educate. And so AGU is supporting this group called Thriving Earth Exchange, where community and scientists work together to tackle issues related to climate change, natural resources, etc., with the idea of promoting environmental justice and essentially to advance equity in the population through very education. So communication, education are very important in this regard. And of course, AGU, in addition to its professional publication, likes to communicate with its audience, with the society, the community at large, through a number of social media, and will continue to do this. So thank you very much. And of course, I wish all of you an excellent workshop. I am looking forward to listen, in particular, to the best ways by which our science, the science that we are providing, can be useful to address today the major challenge, which is for society, for the world, for the planet, which is climate change. Thank you.
So thank you very much to Guy, and indeed thank you to all the speakers who've spoken today. We now have a short break, and we will recongregate back here at 5 to 4. Welcome back to the next session. We get into a bit more of the technology in this important session. We've got a number of speakers. I would urge the speakers to keep their remarks as short as they can so that we have time for questions. And I would urge the audience to ask questions. That's the audience both in the room here and joining us virtually. If you're joining us online, there's a Q&A facility on the hop-in, and it's more convenient if you use the stage part of the hop-in platform, Q&A. What we will do is take these questions and pose them on your behalf. And we have Pete Sobel of Optica monitoring the questions and selecting those questions that are particularly challenging. And then he will pose them on behalf of the questioner. So get your questions ready. If we're unable to answer any of the questions, we will still be monitoring them and logging them, and where possible we will try to answer them after the event. So no question will be wasted. Please give us as many questions as you can, and we'd like this to be as interactive as possible. I'd just also like to remind people that it is a hybrid event and it is being recorded. So it's my pleasure to hand over the chair of the next session. This is Craig Michie from the University of Strathclyde. He's been with the university since 1988, and he researches into optical sensing technology in the aerospace and in the energy sector, and latterly in the city of Glasgow. He's currently Deputy Head of the Department of Electronic and Electrical Engineering, and is the lead in deploying the dense sensor network here in Glasgow. So over to you, Craig.
Okay, thank you, Alistair, and thank you, everybody. And I would also like to extend my thanks to all of you who have travelled to come over here and everybody who's attending. It's a great privilege to be here, and not least because I get to take off my mask for a short period of time throughout the afternoon. I've been involved in this GEMM consortium just for a short period of time, and I would extend my thanks to Alistair for getting me involved in this, and particularly to Ron for letting me help him climb around towers and bridges and things in Glasgow and deploy his sensor network. It's been great fun and long may it continue, and we hope to be seeing some real useful information once the analysis of that data is complete. And that leads me very nicely into the first of our speakers this afternoon, who is Alistair Manning. Alistair Manning is from the Met Office, and what Alistair has been doing for the past 20 years is effectively really the same kind of thing that underpins the ethos of GEMM. He has been providing the measurement capability and the analysis that helps the UK government understand, well, basically, Alistair tells them what they've been doing, whether they've been doing it right or whether they've been doing it wrong. So with that, I'm sure he's going to be able to guide us very ably into how we can process the information from the GEMM network. And I invite Alistair to take the floor. And I would, before I do that, I have been reminded to just point out to people that I'll start waving furiously once we get to about a minute before the end of your talk, or else I'll run into trouble. Thank you.
Is this the clicker?
Yeah, that's a clicker.
Big green button. Even I can manage that. Thank you very much. Yes, it is great to be here to set the scene really for this. So I'm basically dealing with a national scale, and I'm going to start on the national scale, and hopefully by the end of the talk, I'll have gone down to the urban scale. So hopefully, and that'll tee in the next talker really nicely. So what I've been doing, as Craig just said, so basically the UK government fund this work. They've basically been saying, can you verify the greenhouse gas emissions that are in our inventory, and can we basically check that they're right by looking at the atmosphere? And I've been doing this for many years. The UK is the first country to start doing this, and there's only 3 countries currently doing this and actually reporting their inventories with verification in their national inventory reports. Whole group of people who also do this work and mainly do the measurements. The bulk of people do the measurements, and there's only a few modelers involved. So, the first bit I've already introduced, but then I'll talk about the inventory programme. So basically, what am I trying to verify and how it fits in with the UK within the CO2 landscape. And then really end on the idea of cities, and basically, because obviously cities are a significant source of CO2 emissions. We've been hearing a lot about that all afternoon. But really we need to understand where the emissions are coming from within the city, how much is coming from each source, and basically, if any policy is implemented, what is the impact of that policy, and should it be rolled out or changed, etc. So, the UK national network of greenhouse gas starts with measurements. So we have a range of measurements around the UK. The red dots are the active sensors. The black dot is unfortunately wandering into the sea, which should be actually on land. Was our only sensor in Scotland, and unfortunately it was decommissioned a few years ago, but hopefully we're going to get a new one soon. And so basically what these measurements do, they're all on tall telecommunications towers. We measure from at least 100 metres off the ground, apart from the one at Macehead, which is a very remote station. And we see a very large footprint of the air arriving from sources all over the UK. And we use that data to try and estimate emissions within the UK. And this is the sort of data that we get. There's a lot of time series of CO2 over a few days in summer from one of the sensors. And you can see the daily cycle of CO2 measurements. So basically, there's a big drawdown in the day when plants are taking up the CO2, and then you get accumulations at night. So we've got to unpick this data to work out what's human, what's biogenic, and therefore what we can put into the inventory to compare. So the system that we use to do this is basically combining several different bits of information. So you've got the measurements on the right-hand side, and then you've got on the left-hand side basically how does an emission somewhere get diluted as it travels along to the measurement site. So basically it emits somewhere, it travels along, dilutes, and basically trying to work out, this model is trying to work out how things mix in the atmosphere and dilute. So then we could trace that back and say this amount of emission gives this response in terms of a measurement. We also put in together there some prior information, i.e. anything we know about where the emissions may be coming from. And you could start with a national inventory, for instance. Everything has to have uncertainty, and this is really key within these inverse modelling systems. We put those 3 bits of information together along with background information, because as we all know that CO2 is, background level is 400 plus parts per million. And on top of these little perturbations of 2 or 3 parts per million are the things we're trying to understand within the national context. We put all that into an inverse modelling system, and we estimate emissions. And I estimate emissions on a timescale of monthly for a lot of the gases, and then we compare that with the national inventory and see whether the national inventory is on track, really. So 2 plots here. The top plot here is showing what's happening globally. So the red line is saying this is what's happening in the Northern Hemisphere for methane. We're going to concentrate on methane here, which is predominantly from agriculture and waste and leakage from natural gas systems within the UK. The red line is a Northern Hemisphere trend of gases, and you can see that since 1990, which is the left-hand side, it's grown from 1800 to now over 1950 within the Northern Hemisphere. The Southern Hemisphere is in blue, and that just trails behind the Northern Hemisphere with a lag time of 2 or 3 years. So you can see that, methane is a big problem. It's the second most important greenhouse gas, and it's increasing in the atmosphere. And this is the trend, ultimately the global trend that needs to be flattened out and hopefully go down, in order to stop global warming getting worse. The bottom line is basically the inventory, which is in black, compared with the red line, which is my estimates through the inverse modelling. And you can see that in terms of UK emissions from 2012, the agreement is remarkably good. So basically, and both of them are saying, the inventory is said, well, actually, we've been decreasing our emissions at 1 or 2% a year since 2012, and the measurements are supporting that. So the UK gets a big tick for methane. Doesn't get a big tick for all gases, but I'm just going to show you this one in the interest of time. But that's the sort of thing that we do on a national scale. Is the inventory in line with the measurements? And it's really important to keep on track. Policy decisions have been based on, they've they've capped landfills, etc. They assumed that was going to produce a 2% decrease in emissions, and the measurements are supporting that. So that's great. And of course, then you get a distribution of where you think those emissions have come from, and therefore you can start to map up the inventory with what, are the locations correct, etc. Right, so let's think about carbon dioxide now, which is, the main focus of the Glasgow network. Again, we've got two lines on this. The red is the Northern Hemisphere, and you can see that's pumping up and down as the seasons change. This goes from 1992 on to 2001, and the blue line is the Southern Hemisphere. And again, rock solid up. We've got to change this, and we've got to make this go flat and start going down, hopefully. So that's the global sense, but now we're going to come down to these local measurements. So how does one get from where to there? Well, CO2 is very difficult to put in an inverse modelling system. But it's got it's obviously the most important greenhouse gas, because 80% of the UK's greenhouse gas emissions are from carbon dioxide in terms of global warming. It comes from a variety of different sources, obviously traffic, heating, business, industry, etc. And cities obviously can be where we can make a big difference, hence the whole GEMM initiative in this area. But as I said, CO2 emissions are challenging. You just look at that time series and you can see the complexity of the measurements underpinning that. This pumping day to night has to be unpicked. What is natural, what is a human component? If you close a road or change a traffic signal, what would change in that observational time series? It'd be quite subtle, and the models need to unpick that effectively. So the inventory that the UK reports for CO2, this is basically from 1990 down to 2019. There's always a 2-year lag with these inventories. So hopefully that's the sort of thing that both on the national scale that I do with my verification, I give a 2021 number at the moment. So therefore we're 2 years ahead, and GEMM initiative will do exactly the same thing with Glasgow. So you see, so that's the national statistics. The UK emissions have fallen by 40% since 1990. So those are the sorts of things we want to compare against. So the UK inventory is made up of many, many different sectors. And the way that national governments report inventories is they break them down into all these different sectors, from transport, energy, business, and then they subsector them into different types of transport, light goods vehicles, heavy goods vehicles, buses, etc. All the different sectors have many, many different subsectors, and each year, and they calculate this effectively by this quite simple sum, but it's in a very big spreadsheet. You basically work out how many cars there are, or how many vans there are. Each one has an emission factor, i.e. one car emits X amount of CO2, multiply them up, and then basically that's your emissions for cars, etc. throughout the year. And they do that every year, but they're always 2 years behind, so that's the problem. So, and they also, the UK, produce this 1 kilometre map of where they think the emissions are coming from, and you can see here, and you can zoom into Glasgow here. The red area here is basically where the emissions they think are hotspots, and you can see Glasgow there very clearly there. And if you zoom in even further, you get down to sort of city level, and you can see that Glasgow has been reducing its industrial emissions over the last 5 years. So I'll just conclude, as my time is quickly ticking away. So basically, the UK every year submits a chapter to the National Inventory report for the UK, and to verify the UK's emissions. It was the first country to do so. There's only 3 do that at the moment. And And at the moment, I would say methane would agree with the inventory. That's not always been the case. But the key thing is that cities, as I say, we're zoomed in there to the city. I had to do it quite quickly at the end, I'm sorry. But basically, we need to know where emissions are coming from, magnitude and impact. And atmospheric observations can help. And then the final thing is that this is happening in loads of different places. And so the World Meteorological Organization has got an initiative called Angus, Integrated Greenhouse Gas Information System, and they've just released some good practice guidelines for urban greenhouse gas monitoring. I would recommend everyone to go and read that who's interested in setting up a network like this. Ron and Lucy have been co-authors of this, so it's had a lot of scrutiny, and basically it's really setting the scene for how people should go about this in the future. And with that, I will leave it. Hopefully I'm not...
And thank you to Alistair, and I do apologise for trying to cajole speakers to stay on time. We ran a little bit over there because I couldn't see my timekeeper who was sitting behind me. Our next speaker is Tom Gardiner, who's from MPL. He's well known to members of Strathclyde because he's part of our strategic relationship. And Tom is the science area lead for emissions and atmospheric monitoring. And with that, Tom, I will pass on to you to enable us to stay on time.
Thank you, Craig. So we move from a talk from a meteorology organisation to one from meteorology. So I thought I would start by saying a little bit about what meteorology is and what it brings to this area. So, the fundamental role of metrology, which is the science of measurement, is to ensure that the result that we get from any measurement is fit for purpose. And so this means ensuring that the quality of that and the quality of the inputs that are going into that give us confidence in the result that we're getting from it, and we often express that in terms of the measurement uncertainty, and we heard how important that is. If we can establish meteorological infrastructure across an area of measurement, then that enables three key properties to be realised. Ensures that the measurements are stable over time, so that we have confidence that the changes that we see and the trends that we see are reliable and are real. It gives us comparable data over different locations, so we know that measurements across the network are comparable, but also measurements that are made from network to network, from city to city, can also be compared against each other and similar conclusions drawn. And finally, it ensures that results are coherent. This means that if we bring data from different sources, from different disciplines together and use all of that to combine to generate a final result, we understand how all of those influence that final answer, and we can understand the confidence and the importance of those in that final result. All of these things are really crucial as we talk about this issue about emissions, both for greenhouse gases and air quality. So I'm just going to highlight a few case studies of work that we're doing at MPL that are relevant for city-scale emissions. One of these follows directly from the work that Alistair has been talking about, where we go beyond just the measurement of the greenhouse gas itself to try and look at the isotopic distribution of that gas, because we know that different sources of methane have very distinct isotopic signatures. And that graph on the top right shows the sort of fingerprints of emissions, the isotopic distributions that we get from different emission sources. So whether it's microbial emissions, whether it's fossil fuel burning, or whether it's biomass burning. In this case, it's for methane. So if we can understand the isotopic ratio, we can actually get more information about where that greenhouse gas came from and understand the sources. But it requires a very sensitive measurement technology to do that. And we've recently completed some work at MPL on a new instrumentation that we have actually now just deployed at our own tall tower site, which is part of the DET network down at Heathfield, just to the southeast of London. And this actually enables us to provide hourly measurements of this isotopic ratio for methane. It's based again around a photonics measurement technology, so a laser spectrometer forms the heart of that measurement system. But if we have that information, then we can hopefully track and see the different contributions that have contributed to those greenhouse gases and have led to that final measuring point. And just an example of that, this is sort of some recent data taken at Heathfield, and we can see there two higher level methane events. But if we look at the isotopic signatures, we can say that both of those were primarily a microbial source. And so we can start to unpin that. And then using some of the modelling work done by Alistair on the atmospheric transport, we can again see where has that come from and use that to track back and give that information on the source of the emissions. So moving from the greenhouse gases to the air quality side, we've also recently been involved in another city-based study, in this case down in London. This was the Breathe London pilot study, where a very large partnership got together to deliver a network of measurements across London in this case. And we had 100 fixed sensors deployed across the 33 London boroughs, and that was providing high-frequency data, so 1-minute data over a period of about 2 years, covering a wide range of air quality-related species. Those static measurements were supported by mobile measurements from 2 Google Street View cars, which had fast response reference grade instruments installed in them. And they basically covered over 25,000 miles driving around London during the first year of these measurements to try and provide reference measurements at different locations around the network. You can find out more about the work of that at the Breathe London website. But in terms of the metrology of these measurements, a particular area of interest here is this issue about how we look at the network level calibration and quality assurance and quality control. So if we have large distributed networks of low-cost sensors, we don't want to have to calibrate every one of those individually. How can we look at that data across the whole network and try and get more information that way? And particularly using the high-frequency information, we can start to separate out the different contributors for that work. And this is some collaborative work we're doing with the University of Cambridge to separate out the different sources using this time information and effectively identify periods where multiple sensors are seeing the same concentration levels, and so that we can look at the comparability of measurements when they should be seeing the same value. And on the basis of that, look at to identify outliers and drifts within the network performance. So I'll move on from there to a more general look, actually looking at city scale inventories. So again, looking at the total integrated emissions. So this was looking at how we can bring some of the meteorological principles to city emissions and to provide some support for cities about how they can assess the knowledge and the uncertainties within their inventories. And this was based around trying to identify key metrics within these different emission sectors and how they contribute to the overall understanding of the emission inventory for a given city. And basically, that would then result in recommendations to be made that could hopefully maximise the impact of future changes and improvements to that inventory assessment. And that's done by highlighting different sector levels for the improvements, identifying the different sectors that contribute, and then say whether the issue within that sector is related to the data quality, the methods, or the abatement that's used. And the final case study I'll mention was the work that we're actually doing in direct support of the GEMM network work here in Glasgow, where we have installed one of our reference instruments at the top of the iconic tower linked to the Glasgow Science Centre. And you can see from the pictures that it's not something you'd want to go and install if you had any issues with vertigo. But again, this was about providing reference quality measurements of the key species, so CO2, methane and CO, throughout the measurement period, and linking that in, doing it in direct co-located deployment with one of the GEMM Glasgow network sensors, and also linked to other measurements that are going along around the region at the moment. And again, trying to provide reference data calibrated back to international standards to give that information. And I will stop there, so thank you very much for your attention.
Perfect timing from Tom, and I did appreciate the chance you gave me to climb up and down those stairs a number of times deploying those sensors. Just so that everybody knows, we are planning to have a Q&A session, but we're postponing it to the end of once all the speakers have spoken. And that leads me to our next speaker, who probably needs very little introduction from myself because everybody here knows him better than I do, but he is Professor Ron Cohen from Berkeley, who, amongst other things, has pioneered all of the stuff that we've been talking about in the low-cost, high-density sensor networks. So I'm going to leave the floor to Ron.
Thank you, Craig. It's a pleasure to get a chance to speak to you today. So, as we're talking about cities and thinking about emissions in cities, I'll remind you just in this image that cities have all kinds of internal structure. Here's an example looking at San Francisco. You can see the shape of what's happening downtown in terms of the buildings is dramatically different than what's half a mile away where there's low-rise structure. You can see the traffic on the main streets are different than the traffic on the side streets. And all of that is part of thinking about the CO2 emissions from the city and the air pollution emissions from the city. You've heard this a number of times today, but actions by cities are going to be crucial to our success in reducing greenhouse gases. And I just want to highlight one example. The town I live in, Oakland, right next to the city of Berkeley, is about 500,000 people embedded in a region that's 8.5 million people. And the state is committed to significant reductions in CO2 and has policy. And if you follow that pink line at the top, that's what the state is committed to. And if we want to get to the sort of low emissions that we're interested in, the city has to add on its own policies to go beyond what the state of California is going to do. And that's that green line. So the goal of our project is really to think about how we can support both national or state governments, as well as cities in evaluating whether the policies and their targets are being met as intended. So here's the questions. What observations would support cities in evaluation of their success? And how can observations point to wins in all the major categories? Climate, air quality, and equity of exposure. Those are things that people who manage cities care about all simultaneously. So you've heard a little bit today. What we've been trying to do is start by developing a strategy for driving the price of measurements down to where the sensors themselves are no longer dominating the cost, and it's the labor costs for interpreting the observations that drive the cost of the project. And so we've gotten to that point, and every green dot you see here is a place where we've been making measurements. They're about a mile, 2 kilometers apart. And each of those locations has a package that looks like this. It's about the size of a shoebox. It's got a CO2 sensor that purchased from Vaisala. It's got 4 air quality sensors that come from AlphaSense, and it's got particle sensors that right now we're using the Plantower one, so that's the same as in a purple air sensor, if you're familiar with that. And today I'll just tell you mostly about CO2, and I'll show you an example of CO. So we set out in aiming for this week at COP26 to have the city of Glasgow covered completely with sensors. Because of COVID, we're about halfway there. So there's a dozen sensors, and each of those yellow stars you see on that map are places where we're measuring CO2. And you see here the continuous record from the 1st of August to the end to the 1st of October of CO2 in this city. Here's another example of observations. This is 6 months of observations from January 2020, before the advent of COVID, through July. And I'll show you some analysis of the 6 weeks before and the 6 weeks after the shelter-in-place orders in the state of California. But I just want to give you, observations are one part of what we're trying to do, and the other part is to tell stories that help people who are managing cities think about whether or not their objectives are being met. And so you saw in the 2 talks before me the sense of that there's an inventory somewhere, and that inventory has partitions into various kinds of activities. Here we were looking in detail at the fuel efficiency of the average vehicle in the city. And we were able to use the beacon measurements to get the change in fuel efficiency from 2018 through 2020. The modeled fuel efficiency from the state of California's estimate of how vehicles were behaving, averaged over the entire fleet for those years, were that the decrease would be about 2.3% per year in improved fuel efficiency. What we observe is a little bit more than that, about 3.8% per year. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say the error bars don't overlap, but we're in a position where we can measure the fuel efficiency of the average vehicle in the city on an annual basis. So that's one example. The next example is embedded in those fuel models and the emissions of CO2 are the average speed of the vehicles. When vehicles are going fast, so these are, if you're going 80 miles, 75, 80 miles an hour, the average vehicle is getting about 25 miles a gallon. If it's at the optimal speed, it's a little bit more fuel efficient, about 28. And if you're in a traffic jam, the fuel efficiency is about half, about 14 miles a gallon. And we're able to use the beacon observations and the inverse modeling we've done to evaluate whether those fuel efficiency models are correct. And we see that the fleet is slightly more fuel efficient than the models in use by the state predict, but the trend with speed is almost exactly as predicted. So you see here that over the range on the highways during the 18 months of this analysis, we see that there are slow speeds and optimal speeds where there's about a factor of a third or 50% if we're starting at the 200 end change in the average fuel efficiency on the roads. And we're able to test that model by looking at times when traffic is slow and traffic is fast. So let me just quickly show you this analysis of the COVID shelter in place. Here we're following the model that you heard Alistair Manning talk about, where we have an initial guess, that's our hypothesis. That's the emissions based on economic, social data and the weather. We have the observations from the sensor network and an inverse model that allows us iterative improvement on that initial guess. So here's the observations. You can see they were dramatically different before the shelter in place and then during. And then here is the map of what changed in the emissions in those two time periods, and you can see the difference and how it's localized on the roads, especially the roads that feed the major bottleneck to transportation in the San Francisco Bay Area, the bridge that connects Oakland and San Francisco. If we aggregate those into sectors, as you saw on the pie charts in those last two talks, before the shelter in place, almost every day, the emissions were greater than 400 tons of carbon per hour. And after that shelter in place, they were almost always lower. And that's because, primarily because the motor vehicle emissions dropped. There was a 25% reduction overall and a 45% reduction in the category attributed to vehicles. The same thing happened in carbon monoxide. So an inverse model on the carbon monoxide observations show a substantial drop. And again, you can see that in the top panel, which is before the shelter in place, on average on a weekday, the CO from traffic is above the red line, which is just there for your reference. And then after the shelter in place, the CO emissions from traffic are below that red line. So finally, I want to show you an inverse on a week of that 2-month time series I showed you for the Glasgow observations. Here we have three categories of the CO2 emissions in Glasgow. We have the traffic emissions, the activity of the biosphere, and the stationary sources. The purple is our initial guess that comes from the UK inventory. And the orange is the inverse model result. And you can see there's slightly more emissions that the observations are telling us than the model, although mostly the same shape. And you can see that emissions in day and at night are important. And so that's a key feature. You see that the biosphere is a pretty strong signal, large compared to the traffic, and that it's significantly negative during the day and then positive at night. If we put that on a map, which is the purpose of this network, you can see where the locations are different. You see the strong uptake in the initial guess, green, so CO2 flux going into the biosphere, and pink, CO2 emissions coming out on the roads in the cities and from the buildings, and then the slight increases everywhere in this domain. So with that, I want to say that we're excited about taking this combination of technology and strategies for analysis and learning from the data. It's been awesome to work with Craig and the Strathclyde team. We have 12 nodes out in Glasgow, and soon it'll be 25. We sent 10 nodes 3 weeks ago to University of Leicester, and we have a dozen in Los Angeles, and we're in discussions with several other cities, so I look forward to trying to work with you and joining us. Let me say that we've demonstrated that within a couple months we can report CO2 emissions and changes. Within a couple years we can assess emissions and changes in emissions year over year, testing specific processes within the emission models, such as the speed of traffic or changes in fuel efficiency over time. And our tools are ready to support these and other key elements of urban greenhouse gas reduction plans. And let me thank you for your attention and thank the awesome team that I work with at Berkeley on this project.
Thank you very much there, Ron. We did give Ron a couple of extra seconds because he was bringing us some real cutting news from the City of Glasgow. And I'm pretty confident that our next speaker is going to stick to time because it's a recorded session. Our next speaker is Lucy Hutyra, who's Professor in the Department of Earth and Environment at Boston University. I'm just going to cut the introduction short in the interest of time, so please welcome what Lucy has to say and feel free to roll the video.
Hello, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm Lucy Hutyra from Boston University, and I'm sorry I can't join you in person together. But what I wanted to share with you today were some thoughts and experiences around the potential and possibilities for ground-based greenhouse gas monitoring systems to be able to support climate actions like those being discussed this week. So cities have emerged as a leader in the space of climate action, and many cities are working together towards these goals, and they're learning from one another. There's a series of different organizations like the Global Covenant of Mayors, the Climate Mayors, the C40, and these groups, among many others, are leading the way towards defining what the climate goals are and baselines and many of the other pathways towards meeting our objectives. But these organizations have very different barriers to entry and commitments that are required and efforts around monitoring. We've been working with a number of these organizations, and I think there are enormous possibilities to advance our goals through coordination with direct atmospheric monitoring programs like those that were discussed by Alistair and Ron. One effort towards that end is an effort called CO2 USA, which was led by myself and John Lynn from the University of Utah. And what we did through this NOAA and NIST funded program was we brought together scientists and stakeholders from 6 US cities that had advanced atmospheric monitoring networks in place to advance the science around how we do this. So to harmonize some of our approaches for assumptions and coordinate some of the modeling to make systems more comparable between one another. And we also heavily engaged with stakeholders, whether it be citizens, policymakers, or NGOs around how to use this science. And I'll give a couple of examples. And let me start with the science end. So the first thing that we did is we created a transparent availability of data. And while this slide is as exciting as can be, It actually is. What we've done is we've made available all the observations from these cities in a very consistent way that allows for direct tracking and reproducibility of science. So here are CO2 observations from a whole suite of monitoring sites across Los Angeles. Here's 8 years of data from my home city in Boston and all the monitoring sites that we've been collecting data with there. So let me give an example of how this data can be brought to bear on policy problems. This is a paper that will be published this week in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And what we're reporting is data from across US cities that finds that there are very large unaccounted for losses in methane and natural gas occurring with enormous climate consequences. So let me walk you through this graphic that I have here. On the x-axis this time, I'm showing data for 15 years, and on the y-axis is the natural gas loss rate. So what percentage of the natural gas that is entering the region is being lost to the atmosphere uncombusted. In 2013, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection reported an inventory, much like the stock-taking efforts that are at the heart of the IPCC and climate actions. Here it's showing a little bit in excess of 1% of the methane coming in is being lost. In 2018, they revised that inventory going backwards, and you can see a reduction in the estimated loss rates as well as a clear trend suggesting that policies, and there have been 2 laws implemented in this time horizon, are working in reducing the rate of loss. The atmospheric observations, like those described by Ron and Alistair, applied to this city, suggest a very different answer. What the atmosphere is telling us is that the leak rate is about 6 times higher than the reported inventories would suggest. And these atmospheric data are pointing to sources for the gas that are currently not being targeted by the policies. And this mismatch is incredibly important for actually tackling our climate challenges. And the monitoring, like what's being described here, is really central in assessing policies and ensuring that they work. This is showing data from the state of Massachusetts. 6 other US cities have observed similar phenomena of 2 to 10 times higher observed leak rates than what inventories are reporting. Through the CO2 USA effort, what we've done is take results like this, results from a single city or results from multiple cities, and we've tried to work with stakeholders. And I found this experience incredibly rewarding, and it's shaped the path of the science that I've personally undertaken, and I know the same is true for many of my colleagues. And what we've learned is, through this dialogue, is that there's opportunities and some mismatches between what scientists can do and what cities, states, and stakeholders need. And this dialogue is really crucial in defining what our path forward. There's also quite different technical capabilities across different cities, and how and which data we communicate and in what form has proved to be very crucial in advancing these kinds of coordinations. We've also heard a very clear message from stakeholders on the need to be able to relate how changes in greenhouse gas emissions have co-benefits related to air quality. And that's a next frontier in being able to account for these benefits and changes that are happening when we reduce both CO2 and air quality. Finally, network efforts like CO2 USA, Angus, run through the WMO, and GEMM are an incredibly powerful tool to be able to assess policy and have the kinds of intercomparisons to be able to assess what's working in one place or another and truly have cities learn from one another. And with that, I look forward to further discussion and say thank you.
That's great, and thank you very much to Lucy. And our final speaker for this afternoon is Dr. Karina Kuki. who's a Chief Solutions Officer for Origins.earth, which is a French startup, I believe, and I'll let you explain to everybody what it's all about. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a tremendous honor to be here with you today. We've seen amazing science in previous presentations, and as an industry player at Origins.earth, the question that we ask ourselves every day is, how do we take this science and translate it into a tool that is readily usable by cities to make decisions? Because I think we all agree here that cities are key to the climate solution. So Origins.earth is a startup that is part of the French industry group called Suez. And what we've been working on in the past 2 years is to take leading science and transform it into a user-friendly digital product that allows cities to access near real-time climate data and make decisions based on it. So it's truly a collaborative effort, and I'm the lucky one to get to present it to you today. So for a bit of context, 2 years ago, Paris decided to launch a CO2 emissions observatory. And what you see here on the slide is an article from one of the leading newspapers in France. And actually what this article is saying is that it's introducing this observatory and describing the installation of CO2 monitoring stations throughout the Paris area. And the article starts with the fact that with traditional inventory methods that were described in previous talks, the data is actually available with a 2-year delay. And these 2 years is not in line with the urgency of the climate situation. So with this in mind, Origins.earth stepped in, and we worked as a partner to provide the tool that I'm going to show you now. So I recorded a little video. So this is the MeteoCarbon tool. And it's the first tool for cities to access near real-time climate data based on atmospheric observations. So when you arrive on the tool, you have some context and background about the project, and at the bottom of the page, you also have a link to the scientific papers. But for now, let's jump into the tool. So when we arrive on the tool, we arrive on a global map, and here we are today in Glasgow. Currently, we're operating on the French national territory, so we can visualize the first kind of data that is available, which is inventory data. So we have access to what we have computed inventory data for the whole of France, and here you see it for the different counties in France. Now if we zoom in on Paris, which is our study area, so I've added an Eiffel Tower in order to remind us where we are. Here, because thanks to the observation network, we have access to much precise and accurate data. So I'm going to show data from the month of September 2021, which is the last month of data that we currently have available. And here you see the emissions for the different towns around Paris, and also the neighborhoods within Paris. The atmospheric model that we're using for the assimilation operates on a kilometer by kilometer grid. So we can also visualize the data using this resolution. And we can identify what are the sources of these emissions. So here, for example, you see emissions that are due to traffic. We can also see emissions that are due to the residential sector. And we have a similar view of the data, but this time in 3D, which is good for communication and educational purpose. So what I'd like to show you now is what we've built based on this fresh data to help project cities into the future. So what you see here is the measured data for the last 3 years. And you can make different hypotheses of how you think your different actions and policies are going to result in increase or decrease of emissions over the year. And you can see whether these actions are going to lead you to a successful 2030 and the COP21 objective. And finally, the last figure I'd like to show you from this tool is this one here. So here on the x-axis, what you see is the different months for the year of 2021. And the black line represents the monthly budget. So this is the total CO2 emissions that you should emit if you want to be successful at the end of the year based on your scenario. And the colored bars represent what is actually measured with the system. And so with this, from month to month within the course of the year, you can track whether you're online with your objective. So I've presented the tool shortly. Now, how did it work? So to achieve this, we've worked hard with leading scientists from the Laboratory for Science of Climate and the Environment, which is one of the leading research institutions in France. And we've worked with them to identify the components of the science that were ready to be industrialized and to be put in an automated production pipeline. So in a nutshell, and this is very much in line with what we've already seen, the production pipeline relies on two key elements. The first element is the data science, where we gather data from more than 60 databases and calculate automatically a downscaled emission inventory. And the second pillar is the climate science, where we combine this downscaled emission inventory with local atmospheric observation in order to have a more precise view of the local emissions. And in order to assimilate this data, we use an atmospheric model. So here what you see is a visualization of this model over the Paris area for CO2 that was emitted by human activities in particular. So to conclude, I'd like to make an analogy with smartphones. The first analogy is that these are technology marvels when you think of them, but you don't need to understand microprocessors and cloud computing in order to operate them. And that's our vision with climate data. We want to make it accessible not only to the specialists, but also to everyday city stakeholders and citizens. And the second analogy point is iteration. So when you think about what the first tool, what the first smartphone looked like, we've really come a long way. And so we're really excited to have joined about a month ago now the GEMM initiative and to work with scientists and city stakeholders in order to iterate on this first tool. So with this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karina. And thank you very much to all our speakers. We've had a little update in our timing just now, and we're very pressed for time, and it's been quite a stressful session. There's a lot of really useful information, but trying to get through it in the time that we have available has really been a challenge. So what we're proposing to do is we've got Lucy Hutyra online, and she's been waiting for quite a while. So we'd like to see if anybody from the floor has got a question that they'd like to pose to her, and we can get Lucy to respond. And in the interests of time, and I do apologise for this, we're going to defer all other questions out into the foyer area because all of our speakers are going to be present there. So does somebody have anything that they would like to ask Lucy while she's here, because she's been waiting for a while? Nobody has, surely. Okay, Lucy, we would like to ask you something from my perspective, given that nobody else is going to, as a burning question. There was a little bit of a disconnect between some of the measurements that you've been reporting and also what the perception was prior to your measurement. And you showed that in many cases there was a significant difference, perhaps the emissions were as much as 10 times higher. Is that because there just isn't the granularity or the scale of the measurements, or what's driving that disconnect?
I think the main source of disconnect in this case for the methane-related natural gas emissions is that the inventories are not very complete, especially for cities. And the processes that are being included aren't all the right processes that are actually emitting. In the case of methane and what we saw in Massachusetts, all the policies have been focused on stopping pipeline leaks in the distribution network of methane in cities. And there have been 2 laws passed at a state level to tackle that. And what the observations are pointing to is that those pipelines are only responsible for about half of the methane leaks that are happening in cities. The other half are coming from transmission stations, end use inside people's homes, and other sources. And so the mismatch is pointing to a policy mismatch between what's trying to be achieved and an inventory mismatch, in that we don't know all of the sources and we're not accounting for them. And a factor of 10 mismatch is pointing to a rather big challenge ahead of us as we try to tackle the methane emissions reductions goals that were announced at COP this week.
Absolutely. Would anyone like to follow up on that? There is one from the floor.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. It was rather than a follow-up. Actually, it was a separate question, if I may. Lucy, I thought your points at the end. I thought you made a very good point around science with the capability and users with needs, and the fact that there needs to be dialogue. In my experience, that gap is huge, and so there's not just dialogue. There's a significant education kind of needed, probably on both sides. And I was just wondering, in terms of your experience, have you found any kind of ways to kind of close that gap a bit more so that the dialogue can actually work?
I think the education definitely needs to go both ways. And truth be told, one of the most challenging is on the part of the scientists. The thing that scientists love to talk about are uncertainties, which are incredibly important and will put stakeholders and policymakers often to sleep when we get caught up in them. And so that's been one of the big take homes from these 3 stakeholder workshops that had over 100 people at each one, was when scientists lead with uncertainties, the conversation tends to end. And we know much more than the uncertainties that we often focus on and we're trained to focus on. So I think that's one place where I've in particular learned, is to focus on what we know with more confidence rather than all the things that we don't know yet. We're doing ourselves a disservice in that front.
Okay, thank you to Lucy, and I do apologise, but I'm going to have to say thank you to all our speakers and draw this session to a close. Alistair, would hand over to you.
Yeah, let me add my thanks to the speakers and to Craig. And just to remind you, we will be recording or monitoring the questions. So if anyone online has a question for any of our speakers and they obviously haven't had the answer to it yet because we haven't allowed them to pose the question, but please do pose that question. We'll put the questions to the speakers and we'll make sure that you get the answer to your question. So please submit the questions. And those that are in the audience here, please call the speakers at the break. We'll have a break very shortly, and you can go and talk to the speakers there and pin them down and get an answer from them there. So I'll now, without further ado, move on to the next session. I'd like to introduce Mary Spowart, who is the Acting Director of the Fraser-Valander Institute. For those of you that don't know, Fraser-Valander Institute is the leading economic modelling institute in Scotland, if not beyond Scotland. Mary is going to chair this session, so thank you.
Thanks, Alistair. Thanks for inviting me to chair this session today. So, as Alistair, as you can see from the agenda, this session is talking a bit about the role of economic measurement and legal or regulatory frameworks in helping cities meet their goals to contribute to the climate change reductions that we need to see. And the institute that I lead is in the economics department at Strathclyde. We promote use of evidence in policy making, which we've heard a lot about today. Using our economic research to inform, help design and evaluate, importantly, policy. So what we want is that our research can and should be used to focus on those areas that would help deal with the policy problems that we have in society. And we kind of work across the UK with government, with business and with the third sector. And increasingly, these problems and these discussions have been focused on how to link up the economic to the environmental and social outcomes that we want to see. But as well as us working across the UK and internationally, we also act local, as one of our speakers said earlier. So we work closely with Glasgow City Council and the city region, acting in the best Strathclyde tradition as a kind of civic university. So ensuring that our research can be put to work to help solve some of the issues that the city has as well in terms of the social, economic and environmental problems. And you'll hear in a moment from one of my colleagues, Gran Allen, about some of the work we've been doing with the City Council to show how we work closely with the city to deal with these issues. But first, our first speaker is Jolene Lin. And Jolene's the Associate Professor of Law at the National University of Singapore, and she's the Director of Asia Pacific Centre of Environmental Law. Jolene's research focuses on climate change law and transnational environmental law. And Jolene will be joining us remotely. So let's hand over to Jolene now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share my presentation on what cities are doing to address climate change. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. So my presentation is entitled Cities in the Quest for Decarbonization. I'd like to start with this quotation from the Mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, who in 2015 said, "Cities are more practical. We have the capacity to act faster and the decisions are closer to reality. We can mobilize all actors, public and private, which is more complicated for the state." So it's actually really interesting to see that cities have been acting proactively to address climate change. And it would be, and here the quest is, how can various actors, including this initiative, better support cities in their quest to go net zero? My aim in this presentation is to give everyone a flavor of what some cities in the world are doing. It's a hard choice to decide what cities to present, but here I've only given a couple of minutes and I'm just going to focus on 4 cities in Asia. So first I began with Singapore, which is technically a city-state. And it's a tiny city-state, smaller than New York. And it's it's very densely populated. So Singapore has an enhanced nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. It has pledged to peak emissions at 65 million tons CO2 equivalent around 2030. And its long-term low emissions development strategy, its LEDS, is to halve emissions from its peak to 33 megatons carbon dioxide equivalent by 2050. And the idea is to get to net zero as soon as possible or as soon as viable in the second half of the century. Singapore's mitigation strategy focuses on a number of key sectors: power generation, industry, transport, buildings, households, and waste and water. Now, if we look here on this slide, I've put up there a picture of a floating solar farm. It's one of the largest PV farms in the world, floating PV farms in the world, and was launched officially a couple of months ago. All the solar energy that is produced from these floating farms will be used to help meet the energy needs of Singapore's National Water Agency, known as the Public Utilities Board. So the Public Utilities Board has made a pledge to try to go net zero as soon as possible, and 2 days ago has announced its $6.5 million carbon zero challenge, and the idea is to be inviting anyone out there with a good idea on how to remove emissions from Singapore's water treatment facilities. Apart from floating farms, Singapore is investing a lot in research and development to improve energy efficiency and reduce energy use in water treatment processes. This is of particular importance to Singapore because one of the ways of treating water in Singapore is desalination, which is a carbon-intensive process. And in addition to all that, the National Water Agency is going to be replacing its entire vehicle fleet with electric vehicles. Under the Green Plan 2030, Singapore has pledged or has the vision of becoming a city in nature. So if you look at the image over there, it's a typical public housing image. Actually, it's not typical. I know that housing village is a housing estate and live pretty close to it. And from that high viewpoint, you can see there's a lot of green cover, and Singapore is keen to try to develop as much of a city in nature as possible. The Green Plan 2030 sets up targets to achieve Singapore's commitments under the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the Paris Agreement. The idea is the plan sets the country on a net zero emissions path. Under this plan, Singapore has committed to set aside 50% more land for nature parks and to plant 1 million more trees by 2030. It is estimated that this would lead to a further absorption of about 78,000 tons of carbon dioxide and cleaner air. The next city that I would like to speak about would be Petaling Jaya, which is a mid-sized city in Malaysia. Petaling Jaya has a low-carbon city climate plan developed in collaboration with the Carbon Trust. In this plan, Petaling Jaya set itself a greenhouse gas emissions reduction target of 30% from a 2014 baseline by 2030. A large chunk of the city's emissions come from energy use in commercial and industrial buildings. And the city has set itself a target to reduce commercial and industrial energy use by 25% in 2025 and a further 25% by 2030. Petaling Jaya also has an innovative property tax rebate scheme that offers up to 100% tax rebate for residents who implement eco-friendly measures in their households. In addition to the climate strategy, Petaling Jaya also has a livable strategic plan 2030. The focus on this strategic plan is on building more sustainable infrastructure, improve traffic conditions, and make the city a more livable one. There are quite a few projects that have been launched under the auspices of this plan. I'll just briefly mention how one of the projects has been a retrofitting of street lighting with LED, and also the expansion of the public transport system to discourage private car use. Petaling Jaya is also one of 5 pilot cities under the Green Technology Application for the Development of Low Carbon Cities project. It's quite a mouthful. This project receives funding from the Global Environment Facility, and with that funding support, the United Nations Development Programme, the UNDP, is working with agencies in Malaysia to help these 5 pilot cities and further galvanize their action plans and to reduce the city's carbon footprint. The focus areas is as you can see, it's on integrated planning for climate action, trying to bring in private investment and supporting municipal level climate finance instruments, and to an integrated urban energy, building, transport, and waste systems. Now, the next city that I would speak about is New Delhi. New Delhi is a very large city. It's nearly 1,500 square kilometers with a population of over 29 million people. It is projected to be the world's most populous city by 2030. New Delhi is an incredible city, and unfortunately is also one of the world's most polluted cities. its particulate matter to PM 2.5 and PM 10 levels far exceed World Health Organization and national limits. The main culprits for its high PM 2.5 and PM 10 levels is emissions from large power plants and refineries, vehicles, and agricultural burning. So New Delhi has an action plan on climate change, and there are many measures being undertaken under the auspices of the state action plan. I'll briefly mention a few. First is that on plots of land, on commercial and residential buildings that are built on plots of land above 500 square meters, solar heating is compulsory. The city authorities have also made the Energy Conservation Building Code mandatory for all government buildings and in all new building projects. Street lighting on all major roads covering nearly 700 kilometers are being replaced with energy efficient lighting systems, which is projected to save nearly 100 million megawatts of electricity a year. There are proposals right now to develop intelligent traffic systems for more efficient traffic regulation, and there is a commitment to increase the city's green cover by planting 1 million trees and 500,000 shrubs from now till 2030, and this is being undertaken as part of both climate mitigation as well as adaptation, because the tree cover is anticipated to is expected to help absorption of greenhouse gases, and also to reduce the urban heat island effect in New Delhi. Calcutta is another Indian city. It is the capital city of the state of West Bengal. It's also another big city, nearly 1,900 square kilometers with a population of over 14 million people. Calcutta has a roadmap for low carbon climate resilience and has this and is also governed by the West Bengal State Action Plan on Climate Change. Now, what has Calcutta been doing? Calcutta basically has been looking to really develop solar power, lots of rooftop solar projects and pole-top solar lighting. Calcutta is also the first Indian city to have a metro system, and the city is keen to invest in promoting low carbon transport by enhancing connectivity of its metro system and the electric tram system. The city has also committed to try to increase its green cover, and also to reduce vehicular emissions. So in terms of vehicular emissions, measures that have been taken include banning the two-stroke auto rickshaws, which are commonly known as the tuk-tuks, and a proposed congestion tax has been is being considered. And this congestion charge will be on vehicles entering central Calcutta. Calcutta also has green building guidelines that are being implemented, and again, it's a city that has lots and lots of traffic. So one of the biggest challenges for cities like Calcutta is to improve its traffic. Is to try to reduce traffic and try to promote public transport through developing its metro systems, etc. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Thanks very much for that, Jolene. And there will be a panel discussion, so hopefully we'll still have some time. So if you've got any questions for Jolene, please save them up for the end of the session. So now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Grant Allen, who's a reader in the Economics Department and works closely with me in the Fraser of Allender Institute.
mix this forward. Okay, thanks very much, Mary, for the introduction. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to talk to this fantastic audience, both in Glasgow and those joining us online. We're very happy to be part of these discussions, helping to understand the vital needs for measurement and monitoring to support decision making. I'm going to talk about 3 points today, which I'll call the 3 I's. Interconnectedness, insights, what we know about the world, and improvement, how we can improve our knowledge through better data. Firstly, interconnectedness. We're seeing with greater clarity now that we live in a hyper-connected world, and this is particularly true when it comes to climate policy. I want to touch on economic interconnectedness first, with cities at the heart of the economy, but within and part of a broader economic system. Cities bring together business, labour markets, generating new ideas and innovation, with business, government and universities as major players in the economic health of that city. Cities also pull in resources from outside their boundaries, people, capital, imports, and are connected to the wider regional, national and global economy through production and consumption. The second aspect of interconnectedness is between those economic activities and the environment. We know that the demands for energy, as well as the types of energy being used in our activities, are responsible for emissions. We also know that not only the size of the economy matters for energy use and emissions, but also economic structure. We also know that our energy choices impact on our use of environmental resources. In recent work, shown in the bottom right-hand corner here, with Scott McGrain and Graham Roy, we've seen that the successful decarbonisation of the power system in Scotland was associated with lower water demands, for instance. We also know that our economic policies are interconnected with energy and emissions outcomes. In recent work for the UK Energy Research Centre, we've shown that unmitigated, those policies aimed at improving economic outcomes, increasing exports, raising productivity and so on, have the power to affect energy use and emissions. My second point is insights. What do we know now about the links between emissions and the economy at city and subnational level? On the emissions side, this is a critical area of research and science, and the real-time measurement we've heard about earlier moves us a long way forward for understanding emissions in Glasgow and their temporal pattern. The issue of measurement gets to the core of the emissions question. We need measures so we can understand where we are now and track if our policies are moving us to where we need to be. This gets at the issue of scopes, and while I don't want this to become a technical economic seminar later on a Wednesday, understanding these definitions matters for the reasons of interconnectedness that I spoke about earlier, and matter particularly when we're looking at the city level. When we talk about geographies, Scope 1 refers to emissions from fuels used locally. Scope 2 refers to emissions associated with our energy use, irrespective of where electricity that we consume is generated. The traditional position of large power stations sending their power into the cities to be consumed, for instance, although, as we saw earlier, this is evolving with local generation and so on. Scope 3 are those emissions embodied in our imports, the goods consumed in cities but produced outside the city's boundaries. And we know that in the UK, the current measure for emissions at local authority level uses a mix of Scope 1 and Scope 2 measures. These measures are one approach from different options which could be used. As we improve emissions data, the methods of improving economic data at the city and subnational level are also being developed. This includes measures such as that shown here, downscaled from economic accounts, from national and global databases down to the city level. These approaches, embedded with environmental data, can give useful insights into how the city supports economic activity and emissions, both within and out with its boundary. As the previous speaker, as Jolene's presentation made clear, cities are doing a lot locally to address their impact on emissions and the climate. And these frameworks offer the scope to recognise how those interventions could contribute jointly to economic goals alongside the emissions impacts of cities. In some recent work with Glasgow City Region, which is the organisation representing the 8 local authorities around Glasgow, where around 30% of Scotland's economic activity and jobs take place, feature. The Fraser-Vanders worked to develop Glasgow's first economic accounts. With the recent work with Kevin Connolly and Aditya Mora, we've recently extended these accounts to incorporate energy use and emissions data. And using our city-level emissions framework, we can say that over half of the industrial emissions in Glasgow are supporting employment in the city and the production of goods and services which are exported beyond the city region's boundary, both to the rest of Scotland and beyond. Our data also tells us that the emissions and jobs associated with economic activity, as well as emissions, differs hugely across industries. So hopefully we can see how the analysis of economic structure alongside emissions in consistently produced accounts can give us insights into that relationship between emissions and the economy. The final I is improvements in data, and we've heard a number of presentations focusing on how we can improve what we know. On the inventory side, for instance, you've heard from other speakers about about developments at the local level to improve our knowledge of the real-time measures of the baselines and then to be used to evaluate the impacts of policies. On the economic side, we need improvements in data, both in more industrial detail and also at more granular subnational levels, which combined with emissions data consistent and curated on a similar basis will help us to understand the consequences of policies being introduced and how the economic structure is changing as we hope to recognise and realise the economic opportunities from moving towards net zero. By recognising the interconnectedness within cities and between cities and the wider economy, using insights from improved data, we can learn more about where we are now and how changes from policy decisions can help us reach the future that we want for cities. Thanks for listening. I'll take any questions later on, I guess. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Grant. And save up your questions for Grant later in the panel session. And if you're watching online, don't forget to type in any questions you have and we can ask them to the panellists. So our next speaker is Dr. Michael Mellon, who's the Deputy Director of the MIT Centre for Energy and Environmental Policy Research and a Professor at the University of Strathclyde Law School. So he should be joining us virtually live, I believe, to give his presentation. So cross your fingers, everyone.
All right. Looks like it's working. I'll just assume it is. Thanks very much to the GEMM initiative, everybody on the scene and behind the scenes that has helped organize this. It's very impressive technologically. I'm controlling my slides via my cell phone. I've never done that before. I wish I could be in person in Glasgow. I'm only getting there tomorrow. So hence the remote presentation. And I'm not an expert on monitoring and measurement, environmental measurement and monitoring. But the question came, since this is happening during COP26 and the international climate negotiations, which is something that I have worked on for 15 plus years, whether one could establish a link between the GEMM initiative, the potential it offers, and what's happening in Glasgow these 2 weeks. And so that's what I'll try to establish. And essentially, I'll start by saying, I work a lot with economists, like we just had our colleagues in Strathclyde sharing information on their presentations. And economists would say, the easiest thing would be to have a global carbon price everywhere. This would be the most cost-effective, the optimal solution to deal with the climate externality. And it's a great idea, but in practice, politics interferes. And it's a little bit similar, I think, with these kinds of innovative technologies. There's no question from what we've already heard before that the approaches used currently in order to have national inventories, for instance, to come up with the data there, it's not only, of course, long delay often between the data and the occurrence of the emissions and when it's then reported and put into the inventory, etc. But there's also all kinds of ways to, well, I think Lucy called it a mismatch, between the reporting, the inventory approach and what we actually need for policy. And it would be so easily conceivable how much more efficient it would be to have a global approach using new technologies, whether it is sensors in cities like the GEMM initiative has already deployed, or whether it's remote observation with satellites, drones, etc. It would be not only much more accurate and timely data, but it would also avoid states, for instance, trying to fudge data to present their performance under the NDCs, etc., in a better light. Alas, again, politics interferes. And so I want to share a little bit about how countries are currently required to report, but also try to highlight some of the opportunities that I see for getting in these new approaches. Alistair Manning before described that there are indeed already efforts to use some of these new technological innovations to improve the data, the accuracy, to verify the data and check the quality of the data. So just a step back, at the international level right now, and all the way back to when the UNFCCC, the Framework Convention, was adopted in the early 90s and entered into force in 1994, there have been these transparency obligations. This is essentially how states report what they have been doing, what their emissions are, in order to see whether or not we're moving collectively towards the common goals. Under the Framework Convention, the older agreement, more than 20 years old, is relatively rudimentary, and the most robust requirements are for developed countries only, these Annex 1 countries, whereas developing countries had a much more relaxed approach that over time became a little bit more sophisticated successively, but still they had much more flexibility in what they report. Essentially what it comes down to is that countries, especially developed countries, provide these national inventories with data that tends to be some years old, but gives a sense of what the emissions are in country. Under the Paris Agreement, this has changed. There's an enhanced transparency framework now. All parties, both developed and developing, are required to submit biannual transparency reports. But importantly, for both of these, the methodologies used to get to this data date back to IPCC guidelines that were adopted in 1996. They have been updated in 2006. There have been subsequent refinements, but by and large, they mostly still rely on calculation methods using statistical information like, say, fuel consumption, for instance, and then emissions factors, combustion, oxidation factors, etc. It's a very bottom-up approach, and of course, a far cry from some of the examples we saw earlier in earlier presentations of what, for instance, the GEMM initiative and similar remote sensing or remote observation technologies could bring. If we go to the next slide, I'll try to highlight, so I definitely see opportunities for using these technologies even in the current framework. As Alistair mentioned, for instance, the WMO has this IG3IS initiative that already is trying to get countries, but also subnational jurisdictions, including cities, to use new technologies, aerial observation, satellite observation, etc., to help increase the accuracy and also check and verify the data that has been arrived primarily with calculation methods. Indeed, satellite imagery is one of the approaches that is already being used, for instance, to check carbon stock in forest cover, etc. So there is some progress on that front, and nothing prevents countries, states, provinces, and cities from using these technologies just to increase the accuracy and improve the quality of the data. Voluntarily, they can absolutely do it. The question is whether they can be required to do it at the international level, at the level of multilateral cooperation. That's a bit more complex. I, however, also want to mention that there are a number of different contexts, such as carbon markets, for instance, where new technological approaches to data collection and processing are being used. Emissions trading systems have for many years already used continuous emissions monitoring systems. There are already some projects, pilot projects under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement that will try to rely on satellite and other data in order to increase the accuracy and ensure sort of the trust, the confidence that the data that is being relied on to calculate the reductions, the offsets that are being traded is accurate. But again, this is done voluntarily between parties in the context of Article 6. It's not mandated by the international framework. And why is it somewhat complex. Why am I saying that, the politics does interfere? Well, there's always been this concern by states as the parties to these conventions and to the Paris Agreement, that such scrutiny, let's say, this transparency is both a necessary condition for cooperation, but it also is to some extent a tolerated intrusion in their sovereignty. It requires them to report on what's happening within their territory in a way that other states can see and scrutinize. And there's, of course, always been some sensitivity, even all the way to questions of liability. Francesco is unable to join us today. I believe, at least from what I heard earlier, would have talked about how, for instance, this kind of data can be used in litigation. If we had data from remote sensing, for instance, that suggests that countries have misreported their emissions, and in fact emissions are much higher, that could very well be used in a court case against that jurisdiction. So you can see where these sort of concerns come from. And hence the whole approach to transparency in the climate regime has always been sort of to be facilitative, non-intrusive, non-punitive, and respectful of national sovereignty. This is a quote from Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, which sets out the enhanced transparency framework. And in fact, I quickly took a moment to look at this IG3IS initiative under the WMO that Alistair mentioned before. And indeed, in its description about us, it says IG3IS is not designed to check compliance with regulations, but rather to provide information on policy and management relevant scales, et cetera, et cetera. So it kind of reflects this thing again. This is facilitative. It's a voluntary thing. You can use it. It will help, but nobody's requiring you to do that because, again, you get into these sovereignty concerns. Still, I think, over time, progress does trickle through into the international regime. And I'm absolutely convinced that as more cities and other actors, provinces, states, and eventually countries use these technologies increasingly, they will find their way, for instance, into IPCC guidance or refinements to the guidelines so that they eventually become kind of the default also at the international level. It may just take several steps, but practice is what gets us there in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. And Michael should be joining us for our panel session at the end, so any questions for him, then save them up for that. So as Michael mentioned, Francesco wasn't able to join us today, unfortunately. So our final speaker of the session is Ken Alex. So he's a Director of Project Climate at the University of California at Berkeley, focusing on moving promising climate solutions to policy and scale. Previously, Ken was also a Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Jerry Brown and the Director of the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. So I'll just hand over to Ken.
Hello, my name is Ken Alex. I'm the Director of Project Climate at the Center for Law, Energy, and Environment at UC Berkeley. Today I want to talk to you about methane and how GEMM can be part of the essential effort to reduce and control methane emissions in cities and states. I've been working on methane emission issues for about 10 years. You might call me something of a methane obsessive, and I'm very pleased to see the growing recognition of the importance of methane emissions control at COP26. I think you'll see it as a very major theme of the COP. So let me first give you a few facts about methane. Methane likely represents the single biggest and fastest mitigation opportunity to slow climate change. Why is that? Methane is a short-lived climate pollutant, meaning that if we stop emitting it, it will be out of the atmosphere in 12 to 15 years, unlike CO2, which remains in the atmosphere for 100 years or more. So we actually create space in the atmosphere and provide us a bit more time to get global warming under control. In addition, methane is about 84 times more potent than CO2 over 20 years and contributes at least 25% of anthropogenic warming. It is a very big deal. The US and the EU are sponsoring a global methane pledge, and I'm sure you'll hear about that at the COP, to reduce methane emissions by 30% from 2020 levels by 2030. This is estimated to result in a 0.22 degree Celsius reduction in warming over the first 30 years, which is quite significant as we try to keep overall warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Can we have the first slide, please? Methane emissions, as you can see here, come from oil and gas, from coal, from landfills, and from agriculture. And agriculture, as the chart shows, is broken into a number of categories: enteric fermentation, basically burps of cows, rice cultivation, manure management, and other agricultural sources. These pose all of their own challenges, each one of these areas of emission. There's growing recognition and lots of new data showing that we are underestimating methane emissions from each of these sources, particularly in cities, which have lots of potential sources, including various natural gas piping systems. Methane is colorless and odorless, and in many instances, leaks go undetected, even large leaks. California, in connection with the Jet Propulsion Lab, has done overflights of portions of the state with the methane detection instruments mounted on airplanes. These flights confirmed what we suspected. Large leaks of methane occur in all sectors of methane sources. The flights actually uncovered leaks from confined animal feeding units, sometimes called CAFOs, from oil and gas operations, from pipelines, and from landfills. And a number of significant leaks were actually able to be plugged based on the overflight data because the facilities simply did not know the leaks were occurring. Now, California, a company called Planet Labs and other partners have joined in something called Carbon Mapper, which is miniaturizing the instrument that was used in the overflights in the airplane so that they can be used on a constellation of low orbit satellites. The Environmental Defense Fund is also working on a methane detection satellite constellation. These will be launched and provide data in mid to late 2023. They will identify large point sources of methane leakage as well as broader areas of methane emissions, and they work nicely together. If we can go to the second slide, this shows some of the detection in the state of Louisiana. These are sources of emission that were detected in an airplane overflight, and you can see these are pretty large plumes, primarily from oil fields, but not exclusively, and just shows kind of the ability of this instrument to identify these significant leaks. We can leave that slide up or take it down, doesn't matter. I just wanted to show it as an example of what this instrument is able to detect. With GEMM, we can combine the satellite and terrestrial detection data and build an extensive data set identifying sources of methane with a good deal of granularity. In cities, we can have near real-time data for methane emissions from oil refineries, gas pipelines, landfill facilities, and agricultural operations. This is a pretty big deal and a different way to think about methane emissions. The data will benefit cities and states in a number of ways. First, we will have a much better inventory of emissions. Right now, methane emission inventories are clearly inaccurate and emissions are underreported. Second, cities can respond to leaks in a timely manner. Without the data, methane leaks often go undetected. This data may help cities identify pipeline breaks and improve the integrity of gas systems, which have been shown to leak at a fairly significant rate. Third, this data will allow cities and states to prioritize emission mitigation funding and implementation. The largest and most consistent emission sources can be targeted for faster action. And finally, methane emissions are often combined with emissions of other pollutants, so this data will allow faster and better response for a variety of emissions. And I can say that some of the emissions associated with methane leaks are fairly nasty, particularly in cities. They're problematic because they impact people living near those emissions at a higher rate. So over the next few years, we will have satellite data for every jurisdiction in the world, including every city and state. So identifying methane emissions from large and medium sources is a real likelihood. If we combine that data with local, low-cost, on-the-ground detection, we will have a full picture of sources, inventory, and a roadmap to reduction and elimination of leaks and emissions. This is a project well worth pursuing and well within our reach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken, and I believe our contributors should be able to join us now for the panel session. And just while that's happening, oh yes, I can see all three of them, brilliant. Who would like to ask the first question of our panellists? Oh, we've got a question up there, great. We're just getting the mic to the person who's asking the question. Here we go.
So I was wondering, maybe you mentioned it, but about those methane leaks that go undetected, for how much of the total of methane emissions does that count? Is it for what proportions of the total global methane emissions are those undetected leakage?
So I guess that's directed at Ken.
Thanks for that. The estimate in California is that it's about 20% of point source leakage. So if that's worldwide, it's quite significant.
That's great. Any other questions from the floor or online? Oh yes, here we go.
Hello, a question for Jolene about the 4 cities that you reported on. Is there any comparison that can be made between them? Are they sharing best practice? And I was wondering about water, with the greening of cities. Is water shortage a concern?
Sorry, is there a feedback? Sorry, I'm just getting used to it. Thank you for the question. There are networks that promote the sharing of best practices amongst the cities. So, for example, Petaling Jaya and Kolkata do share best practices through their membership of a number of these networks. But one of the more high-profile networks that that enables cities to share best practices would be C40, and ICLEI is quite active in Asia. Also, the funders of these projects tend to be international development agencies, UNEP, UNDP, and some of the European development agencies do fund a number of these projects. So as you can, as I mentioned in Kolkata's case, its city action plan was drawn up in partnership with support from the British High Com, as well as the pro bono arm of a accountancy firm, PwC. Water is definitely a key concern, but not so much for these cities. Air pollution seems to be a main focus of these cities, particularly New Delhi.
Thanks, Jolene. And just want to receive if there's another question. We can see there's another question.
We have one question from online.
Oh yeah, let's have it.
When more eco-friendly fuels are used?
Grant, do you want to try that one?
Why not? So a link between a better economy and emissions. I think it
the economist is crying out to me to say, look, we've got a measure of the size of an economy, which is GDP, and obviously there's now lots of interest around exploring other metrics, which are actually maybe more appropriate for measuring the happiness of people in an area, measures of well-being as being as important as alongside kind of parallels to metrics such as GDP. I'm not aware of any kind of happiness relationship with emissions, but certainly you could see why that could be the case.
Yeah, and just to abuse Chair's privilege, yes, absolutely. There are lots of different ways of looking about how we measure the success of a country. GDP measures what it does, which is output, but it doesn't take account of environmental degradation and so on. So the use of a number of metrics, including thinking about whether the metrics we use to measure environmental damage, and Michael's presentation was really interesting here about the government's focus on the sort of calculation-based measures of footprint, rather than perhaps the directly observed measures of damage in the atmosphere that we've been talking about today, is an interesting juxtaposition for governments to think about what they're measuring to ensure that they're actually achieving the outcomes we're trying to achieve about emissions reduction in the atmosphere. We've got another question from the floor, though.
Another question for Janene. Indian cities that you presented, that, I mean, there's a long list of really impressive targets, but it didn't include, obviously, quantified emission reduction targets with a timescale. And I just wondered if that was a reflection of your presentation or actually the plans that are in place.
Jolene, that was a question for you. I don't know if you caught all of that, but...
Sure. That's a very good question. Actually, most of the city action plans that I've come across all express a target which is usually a percentage over a baseline rather than quantified, actual. And I think it's because a lot of these city action plans were drawn up without sufficient data in terms of, and the first step is often trying to quantify the actual emissions of a city, which tends to be extraordinarily difficult for a big city like New Delhi, where environmental law enforcement is known to be a real challenge.
And Julian, I was wondering if I could follow up with a question about the powers that different cities have, because obviously cities across the world are very different, and we're thinking in Scotland about how to maybe take some of these lessons and apply them maybe to Glasgow or other cities in Scotland. Can you say how much fiscal decentralisation plays a role? So in terms of the powers that different cities have to maybe make spending decisions or impose different tax regimes at the city level?
Absolutely. I think that's a really important point. The legal structure and the constitutional setup in each jurisdiction really affects the ability of cities to undertake actions. Most cities, I mean, if you look at across the board, the baseline, most cities have the ability to to determine their own transport plans. They do have some control over waste collection. But energy is difficult, especially if it doesn't have the ability to determine the sources of its energy. It can determine energy consumption, but not really the energy sources. For the city of Kolkata, which I mentioned, it's not just having a city plan. Its city plan has to cohere with a state action plan, and the state action plan has to cohere with a national action plan. And this is actually very challenging. A lot of litigation has actually been happening through the National Green Tribunal, where litigants have challenged, first of all, the non-implementation of the national plan, secondly, the non-implementation of the state plan, and then the city plan. So you do see that a lot of times this is a difficult issue. But what I think has been interesting in my research is that the proactiveness of the mayor of a city can go a very long way, because oftentimes the key cities that I've basically been studying, it's interesting when you talk to the city mayor's office, how did they get started looking at climate change? Oftentimes it's quite it's almost like fortuitous. Someone goes to a conference and they say, "Wow, this is so exciting," or an agent, an office, an international aid agency approaches the city and says, we would like to start a pilot program in order for your city to demonstrate the potential for decarbonization at the city level in this country. And that's been pretty much how I think things have happened.
Okay, thank you. We've got a couple more questions from the floor.
For Michael Mailing, you mentioned the challenge that the threat of litigation might work against enhanced monitoring in cities. So I was wondering if you have any suggestions about what we can do legally to overcome that.
Great, it's a great question. Thank you for that. It's sort of a bit of a schizophrenic thing. On the one hand, if cities have targets, they commit to it and they want to achieve them, they need accurate information. They should want the most accurate, up-to-date information they can get. Jolene was just mentioning that often, especially in developing countries' contexts, that information is lacking. And so getting there is absolutely important. But then there's this other sort of concern that, well, too much information, who gets the information, who might use the information against elected officials, etc. So you get into these schizophrenic situations. In a way, I don't want to argue that we want to sort of indemnify, like make sure that information cannot be used for litigation. That might lower the barriers, and some concerns about introducing more stringent, mandatorily introducing more stringent measurement and observation systems, because that wouldn't help the climate. No? But I think just building understanding and again, practice, just starting to deploy, using these fora that were mentioned before by Lucy, by Jolene, etc., C40, ICLEI, to show that this works, that this has many benefits. And if in some cases this may actually be used against the jurisdiction, well, they should stand up to and own up to their commitments. And if they're not achieving them, it shouldn't be the fault of transparency that they ultimately are held accountable.
Okay, thanks. I think this will have to be our last question in the interest of time, because we're running into the break, but we've got one last question from the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. I thought they were all very excellent talks there. So I guess my question is related around the fact that we have a societal system that's incredibly complex, that kind of follows rules that we've artificially created. We've also got a biological and physical world system that follows natural laws. And of course, the two aren't really compatible in terms of structure. Now, only one of those structures can change. So one of the questions I have is, how do we start to reconcile the fact the way we structure society and the way the natural world is structured are incompatible?
Jeez, thanks a lot for that question. None of the other panelists want to jump in. I'm not going to answer that question. I'm going to answer the question which is, initially we have data out there on lots of these systems. The quote I've got is it's just on the GEMM initiative website about measuring, I can't remember it now, I'm afraid, Richard, but it's about understanding if we measure properly, I think is the quote. My presentation hopefully was nodding towards the fact that we understand some aspects of these systems in isolation, and that we need to start to understand some of the connections between those systems. I think that's a good starting point, and then we can, there's going to be developments in both areas. We understand the economy more, and we understand the natural system more, and those connections. We have lots of data. I think we're getting much better data now on the emission side. I think the scope to then transform our understanding of both systems will rely upon us getting better data on both. It's a question for the modelers, I guess. But yeah, thanks, Richard. That's a fastball. Yeah,
absolutely. What we measure matters, and this is what GEMM's all about, I suppose. The better data we have, the more we'll be able to measure what's important and ensure policymakers have the tools to make the right decisions for the whole of the systems that we have to live with. So that's a brilliant place to finish. So I'd just like to thank all of the speakers in this session. It's been really great. Thank you to the audience for all their brilliant questions as well. The discussion's been really brilliant. And I'll hand back to Alistair to tell us where to go for our break.
Again, thanks to everyone who's contributed, both the speakers, the people who've asked questions, and also our two moderators, Craig and Mary. We have refreshments. I almost said we have a reception. That comes after the next session. We have refreshments outside. We'll reconvene here at 6:15 for a keynote address from a local MP, Carl Moynihan. Don't miss that. That'd be a great one. Then we have the panel session. Then we have a drinks reception and followed with a buffet dinner. So please join us for that and enjoy the break. So thank you. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start the final session, the roundtable session. And to kick this session off, we're having a keynote address from Carl Moynihan. Now, Carl is the MP for Glasgow North West. She's been the MP there since 2015. She's served continuously since 2015. Carl is a graduate of the University of Strathclyde and went on to become a physics teacher and is now the only Scottish MP to serve in the House of Commons Science and Technology Committee. So Carl has a good knowledge of science and politics and is an influential person at Westminster. So Carol joins us today from London. She's just flown up from London to be with us. So please welcome Carol Moynihan.
Thanks very much, Alistair, and it's a pleasure to be here, although I have told a couple of people I missed a fairly important vote this afternoon that no doubt you'll see on the news. And at the moment I'm feeling a little bit jaded with politics, and again you can read about that in the news. But anyway, so this is a far better thing to be talking about tonight, so I appreciate the invitation. And it is an honour to be joining you tonight and to join you in Glasgow while we're hosting COP, which is quite simply the most important meeting of any of our lifetimes. If we don't get this right, we've got serious problems for generations to come. Now, I always like to tell people, and some of you will have heard this before, that the Glasgow comes from a Gaelic word, Glasgow, meaning dear green place. And if you have a time when you're in Glasgow to wander around our green spaces and our parks, you'll understand that Glasgow really does reflect its name and makes it the perfect host for COP. But as the nations of the world come together to align their domestic climate plans with the 2015 Paris Agreement, and to increase their commitments to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it's important that we recognise, and by we, you'll already know, but we parliamentarians recognise that over 70% of emissions come from cities. And as more and more people move to live in cities, that becomes even more important. As Alistair says, I'm a graduate of Strathclyde. I'm a very proud graduate of Strathclyde and enjoy telling people about it. And so it's exciting to see this collaboration between Strathclyde, Glasgow City Council and the University of California, Berkeley, and with the installation of the air quality monitoring network across the city. Now, in the past, certainly even probably 5-10 years ago, there's probably been apathy towards or acceptance of the poor air quality that we have in cities. But there's a growing body of people that are quite rightly challenging this situation. Now, as a politician, this is important because where there's public interest, there's political interest. And of course, where there's political interest, there's money. And that's something that all of you have to bear in mind. We politicians make decisions based on, well, sometimes it's based on evidence, and sometimes it's based on whims. And the challenge, I think, for you is to make sure that the evidence that you're gathering is heard by the right people or read by the right people. As a Member of Parliament representing Glasgow, I support any Glasgow City Council initiatives that are going to improve our environment and reduce greenhouse gases. A lot of these initiatives are not popular, and I can tell you two that have been done in Glasgow that have been met with a good bit of resistance. And that is, first of all, the introduction of cycle lanes in some areas. And if you've had a chance to move around Glasgow, you'll know that cycle lanes aren't great yet, to be perfectly honest, and we need to do far more. But sometimes we get met with a lot of resistance from the motoring lobby that want to get places quickly. And another initiative that's been particularly unpopular but is improving air quality is bringing in parking permits, which mean that people can't drive in and park outside their place of work. They have to consider other travel options. But it is incumbent on all of us in leadership positions that we take some, that actually we are willing to make a strong case and a strong stand whenever these initiatives are introduced to ensure that there is public buy-in. The Global Environmental Measurement and Monitoring Initiative, or GEMM, having its regional centre anchored here at the University of Strathclyde is it's a real endorsement of the quality of people here in Strathclyde, and I had the pleasure of speaking at its launch in 2019. At that meeting, the concept of a GEMM urban air project in Glasgow was conceived and outlined, and 2 years later, the GEMM urban air project is a reality. These sensors are deployed in a dense network throughout Glasgow that will, for the first time, provide real-time, direct observations of greenhouse gases and air pollution, and can be used to support the city's goals to reduce emissions and improve air quality. This project provides an opportunity to demonstrate how new science and technology can help cities combat global warming, improve public health, and address environmental inequalities. And in addition, as a former teacher, I'm pleased to hear that these sensors are being sited on the rooftops of schools in Glasgow. And the University of Strathclyde had the vision to work with these schools to teach our young people the relevance and criticality of the path towards zero greenhouse gas emissions that we are working towards. And of course, I have to applaud the leader of Glasgow City Council and the principal of University of Strathclyde on their leadership in employing new technologies and showing the world how a city can use new models to make critical decisions. Strathclyde and the city's town-gown relationship is also a model of how Scotland can leverage its talent to solve climate challenges at a local level. I'm looking forward to the discussion this evening about how Scotland can work with its cities to address climate and air pollution. But I'm also looking forward to the informal chats that I hope we have after the session, because often I find these are of more value than sometimes the formal sessions. And I think that's one thing that over the past 2 years, many of us have really missed. So, Alistair, thank you once again for your invite, and I wish you all the best for continuing success of the GEMM project.
Don't sit down, Carol. You're on the round table very soon. So thanks very much. Those are fantastic remarks, and so thank you very much indeed. So we now move on to the, you'll be able to ask Carol questions in just a moment. We're moving now on to the round table for discussion. I hope will be the highlight of the today's occasion. So perhaps could Carol join us? Dom Callahan, where's Dom? Sean Kahn is he's joining us virtually. Louise Bedford is joining us virtually. Ron Cohen is joining us. Randy, all come down, and then I'll introduce. Sit wherever you like, either side. Try and get some kind of a balance here. Right. So let me just introduce the panel to you. Carol, we've just heard from, but I did want to say a few words about some of the panellists, and I know one or two things about Carol, which she didn't mention. For example, she is the Optical Society of America Advocate for Optics 2018, alongside many very distinguished optical specialists. And she initiated the very first debate, in fact probably the only ever debate, in the House of Commons on photonics. So now if that's not an achievement, what is?
Alistair, can I just say I'm really glad that you haven't brought up my academic record at Strathclyde as one of my achievements.
I was going to say that I've taught Carol all she knows about photonics. I thought that might be a bit presumptuous. Dom Callahan. Dom works for Glasgow City Council. He's the project officer responsible for air quality within the city, and essentially he's overseeing the implementation and installation of the devices we've heard about. And the thing I learned about Dom was that when he first flew in an aeroplane, he was so excited, frightened, I don't know, but he decided to jump out of it. He did have a parachute, and it was intended, but that was his very first flight, was a parachute flight. He also told me that in the past he's enjoyed bungee jumping, so I think he's an adrenaline junkie.
I think when you put me on the spot earlier, Alistair, asking me to tell you something interesting about myself, it kind of sums it up that the most interesting things were from about 30 years ago, which shows just how boring I've become in my middle age.
Yeah, Dom was so diffident about his achievements and his interest and so on. I thought I thought I might have to say, the interesting thing about Dom is that he's the most boring person in Glasgow, but I didn't have to, so that was good. Now, Sean Kahn, who I haven't yet met, so I don't know too much about him, so I'll just have to read what it says here. So Sean leads the air quality monitoring efforts for the United Nations Environment Programme. Maybe one of the audience can ask Sean a question about what the general public don't know about him. We're also joined by Louise Bedsworth. She's joining us virtually. So Louise is the Director of the Land Use Programme at the Centre for Law, Energy and the Environment, where she serves as a Senior Advisor to the California-China Climate Institute. Ron Cohen, we've already met. So Ron, just to remind you, is the Professor of Atmospheric Chemistry at the University of California, Berkeley. The thing I discovered about Ron today is that he narrowly missed out being a billionaire. Because when he was he's not that old now, but when he was younger, he was given the opportunity to go into partnership as a general contractor in South Manhattan, or Lower Manhattan. But he decided to pursue a career in academia instead, which I'm sure he's absolutely delighted about. And then we're also joined with Randy Pfizer, who's the Chief Executive of AGU. And the thing I found out about Randy was that he likes challenging people. In fact, he says, challenging people to take greater ownership in their future by focusing on their passion and strengths. I thought that was pretty good. I'm going to try and keep that one myself next time. So welcome, Randy. And then finally we have David Lang. David, come sit at the front here. Come on, don't be so... Oh, no, guys, so sensitive.
Formal invitations.
So David is actually the Senior Director of Global and Policy Affairs in Optica. And this is David's second visit to Glasgow. And the thing I found about David is that each time he visits Glasgow, he buys another tweed jacket. And I thought you might be wearing the tweed jacket today, but you didn't. The other thing is that almost single-handedly, David helps the Scotch whisky industry. He's an aficionado of whisky bars. So that's our panel for this evening. And I'll just kick things off by asking a question for each of the panel members. That will give the audience, the live audience here, the opportunity to think of penetrating and difficult questions, as well, and the online audience should also be asking those questions. Put them in the Q&A part of the platform, the stage platform, I think it's called, and those questions will be posed by Peter Sobel, who's sitting in the audience here. So, Carol, fascinating talk. I thought that was really interesting. What I'm really interested in, though, is what impact do you think that our sensor or network is going to have on your constituents?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the difficulties is that a lot of the talk, when we're talking about environmental improvements, a lot of the talk doesn't seem that relevant, or a lot of the research doesn't seem that relevant. Particularly for us in Glasgow, we hear about climate change and we hear about glaciers melting or droughts in Africa, but it doesn't feel as though it really has an impact. But when we start seeing things happening locally, and locally we have had issues. Just a few miles from here is there's a road, Byres Road, which is in the west end of Glasgow, and about another mile further west there's another area called Thornwood, and both of those areas are known for extremely poor air quality. There's a lot of traffic, there's a lot of standing traffic, and people will get in touch with me and talk about the poor air quality and how dangerous it is to cycle or to walk locally. So if we can actually get data, if we can say to them, yeah, we know this because we have these monitors, we know that this particular day is extremely poor, we advise you to do something else that particular day. People can take other, can think about their options and can possibly travel in a different way. But longer term, it allows, I talked about parking restrictions, I talked about cycle lanes. Longer term, this sort of data being given, and I think it's important that the public need to get that information as well. This sort of data feeding back so that people are aware that changes that we make locally, impact locally, I think are really important. And I think if we can, speak to people directly and get them to buy in. And this is always going to be the challenge with any steps that we take to tackle climate change. The public buy-in is really, really important. So that information, that data is going to be really vital to that buy-in.
Thank you very much, Carol. So Dom, so you're very much involved in the project, overseeing the whole installation programme. So what opportunities do you see for the real-time monitoring with this localised network, helping Glasgow to measure its impact in its low emission zones and helping the city to reach its target of net zero by 2030?
Thanks, Alistair, for that. If I could just, before I answer the question, if I could just...
Well, you've been in politics, I can see. Has Carol taught you through the...
It's actually, I've got some good news for Carol in respect of the Byres Road area. Although that is still officially an air quality management area for the city, it's complied with all of the objectives for several years now. If we hadn't had the special circumstances of 2020, where we can't really use that as one of the evidence-based years because of the lockdown and the reduction in pollution overall, then we would be looking to revoke that air quality management area status from that area, and I certainly expect that to happen next year once we have 2021 data available. So it is good news in terms of the pollution levels. Our exceedances of the objectives are really at present confined to the city centre area, and that is where we do have quite significant hotspots of pollution. So back to your question, Alistair. Thanks very much. I just have to start by saying that my area is in local air quality management pollutants. That is the pollutants that directly affect people's health rather than climate change pollutants which affect the health of the planet. Although obviously climate change pollutants will ultimately affect people's health, possibly even worse than that if we don't get on top of it. And that's why I think the eyes of the world are firmly on Glasgow over these 2 weeks of COP. But there's now a much greater emphasis on maximising the co-benefits between actions to improve air quality and actions to improve carbon emissions. And this has been seen in the greater focus that's been placed on those co-benefits included in the Cleaner Air for Scotland 2 strategy that was published earlier this year. And this strategy will direct our air quality actions over the next 5 years. And I should point out that the original Cleaner Air for Scotland 1 strategy was actually what brought in the implementation of low emission zones across Scotland. So local air quality and carbon emissions, they're closely entwined. And in fact, every low emission zone in Scotland has a mandatory objective to contribute towards the emission reduction targets set out in the Climate Change Scotland Act. And as far as the GEMM project is concerned, this could be really useful for us, not just for the low emission zone, but also to help us to understand the short and long-term impacts of any interventions that we might take to try to reduce emissions, particularly in respect of the really ambitious target that Glasgow set for itself. Glasgow set a net zero target of 2030, which is 15 years before the UK and 10 years before the rest of Scotland. So if Glasgow can achieve those targets, it makes a really good contribution towards Scotland and the UK targets as a whole. But in terms of GEMM, I think that one of the most important things about it is that it gives us a data resource that we just haven't had access to before. And it's been mentioned repeatedly today that all of our emissions reporting is based on national figures. It's based on fuel consumption, industrial and domestic emissions. And that's broken down into regions and cities based on these kind of things. By its very nature, by the time we receive that data, it's already out of date, running around 2 years in arrears. GEMM should give us that real-time resource that, especially as it matures and we understand the value that can be extracted from that data better, it can only become more important to us. So I just want to finish by saying, at the risk of sounding slightly unscientific, those of us that work in air quality, you develop an understanding of what the air pollution level is like, what the likely impacts of interventions that you might make will take. And I really hope that the GEMM project can give us that database and that knowledge to have a similar knowledge base on what interventions can mean in terms of carbon emissions. And I was struck by the presentations made today by Ron and Karina, etc., all about how they can interpret that data. And I look forward to working with them over the next few years to see what value we can extract from the GEMM project.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to turn my attention to Sean now. Sean, is there anything you want to tell us about yourself that we don't know already? Is that
You can't hear me, can you? On a prep call, David said to me, "Sean, is there anything you want from Glasgow?" And I said, "Get me some whiskey."
Oh, so another.
We lost the connection around that time. So,
Sean, I was just being a little bit facetious and asking if there were anything you want to tell us about yourself that we don't already know.
Well, maybe you need that.
Right. So, Sean, you're the United Nations programme promotes development of low-cost air quality sensors in cities and combining local observations with other observing systems. So how do you see the data from local real-time observations of cities, air qualities and greenhouse gases being used? So how do you see all this being used?
So thanks for the question and thanks for having me here. There's not a silver bullet to that answer. One of the things, so first let me say the Global Environmental Monitoring System for Air, GEMS, as we call it, is really a mandate on the UNEP program to help build the capacities of countries to use data to manage air pollution. So what we've been doing, and this is a legacy program, is looking back at time and saying, how has the data gap changed or been fulfilled? And it hasn't, for developing countries in particular. So what we have really embraced is these emerging technologies and applying them in a completely different context from what we have seen in the early days of sensors, where it's primarily for awareness raising. How we see these things working and how they are starting to show their potential now is because we've been working closely with the beneficiaries, with the cities, with the local government to apply it. For example, we've used this technology, for example, in Ethiopia, where they've banned medium-sized trucks coming through the city to show that the peaks are reduced because congestion is reduced. We have worked to influence, in the case of Nairobi City, their air policy. They had none. And we've worked with the telecoms here to install these things across their cell towers to get indicative measurements of what the city looks like to build that case to support the policy. And that's been just a few weeks old now, tabled for Parliament. In Africa, and our program is global, but based here, we tend to engage more with the African cities. Africa is known for runners. One of the things we have done with the World Athletics is to install sensors in and around stadiums. And actually now for cities to host international events, they have to provide some sort of assurance on the level of air quality. So now there's a big push between the Ministry of Sports and Health to get monitoring infrastructure in place. Now, one of the challenges we have in applying these to influence policy is, as you all know, monitoring is expensive, no matter how cheap the devices are. It's costly to maintain. And while I can give you nice sound bites of where we've done really innovative things, using digital billboards, for example, to stream this data to people that have no clue about air pollution, that take for granted that the smell of open burning is just a normal thing because they grew up with it. Scaling these things to really bring about impact, not in one city, but across a substantive amount of cities to see a real dent in reduction of emissions is a big challenge. So one of the things we're looking at is the models, and this is why I'm very keen to be part of this conversation. Models where we can look at how we can monetize this or bring in the private sector to help us. For instance, I mentioned just a moment ago working with the telecom. So we have such an agreement here with one of the mobile phone subscribers to install these low-cost sensors across 5,500 base stations just in Kenya. And the same mobile phone subscriber has now entered into Ethiopia nearby, and is keen to try to build up a project. Now, we're nowhere near that right now, but that's one area we're looking at. The other area, which I've only seen one case, is monetizing monitoring. What's the best time or place to run? Just as you would, say, when is the best time to start selling umbrellas? It's probably during the rainy season. So how can we make that linkage to the business sector so that we can have this scale? Because then these examples and cases we've heard about are sound bites. To sustain this, particularly in countries where we have lower capacities, there's only so much funding we can provide for demonstration projects or pilot projects. I heard that term earlier. But yes, the linkage between the data and the policy, in summary, it happens, it works, particularly in these developing countries where the access to reference grade instruments is just absent. And we do this from zero, working with the beneficiaries. And that would be the government entities. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Sean. Just a reminder to those online and indeed in the audience, get your questions in, get them in early, get them in hard as well. Difficult questions for the panel members. And I want to turn to Louise, who's based in California, very much concerned with emissions in California. So Louise, I'm not going to ask you about what don't we know about you. but I'm going to ask, what opportunities do you see in bridging science and policy making to help solve the state's climate challenges? One for you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation, excuse me, to join you all today. I'm sorry not to be there in person. I got to be there in 2019 for the launch of GEMM, and excited to see the progress that it's making. So hopefully we can all be together in some other place sometime soon. So yeah, California has done quite a bit really to integrate science into its approach to address climate change. And I think it's both in our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also to prepare for the impacts of climate change that we are already experiencing, whether that's through the extreme heat, wildfires, et cetera, that we have been seeing, but then also preparing for the acceleration of those impacts in the future. So of course, the state has set a very robust, what I call often a top-down approach, where we have aggressive emission reduction goals and directives around how to prepare for climate impacts. But I think what's incredibly important is how those goals are met from the ground up. And to that end, cities are an incredibly important part of the state's climate strategy. I think part of some of the most interesting work happens in cities and on the ground, because what you have to do is design solutions that are going to work. And so we need to figure out, how do you tailor solutions to certain local and regional economies to meet the needs of disadvantaged and overburdened communities. And so I think this is where a lot of really interesting work is happening that integrates a number of considerations, but is very firmly grounded in science and research. So California has really, I'd say, sort of three buckets of activities that we undertake to support action at the city level. And the first of those is policy and regulation. So really looking at how our regions are growing, how we are developing, how we are conserving our lands, and protecting and managing those lands to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to reduce the need to drive, to develop in more compact ways. And so that is done, through regulation, but then also through guidance to local governments to how to develop plans that promote really achieving climate outcomes. At the same time, those plans at the local level are required to consider climate risk and how we prepare for risks broadly, and then very specifically around wildfire and other issues. So that's a really important piece of the work that we do. The state also has a very robust program of investments that are going into communities to develop infrastructure and other projects that are designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and address associated issues. So that could be looking at how we do affordable housing and transit investment to encourage more compact development patterns, but also to provide opportunity to residents to be close to jobs and close to services. The state just passed an incredibly robust investment package as part of the state budget that is putting money into large infrastructure investments, as well as planning, funding for planning, and then also a transition fund, looking at how are we supporting communities in transitioning to a clean economy. Of course, this is a lot of activity that we're looking to cities and regions and other places to undertake. So I think the third and really critical piece of the state's approach is the technical assistance, capacity building, and research support that it provides to communities. And so this happens in a number of different ways. And I think technical assistance can be really bringing people in to help communities apply for and access funding, to implement projects. So it can really be that kind of work. We also do local capacity building. How do you build local leadership in place to take on a challenge and design a solution? But then there's also a really strong research component to this. And this is where I think a really strong nexus with initiatives like GEMM which is the state regularly undertakes comprehensive climate change assessments. So to understand what is happening in the climate and what is projected to happen. And so taking global circulation and climate models and downscaling them to scales that are relevant for planning and decision making in California, and for each of our regions presenting that information and putting it into toolkits that are easy to understand, to access, and to digest, and ideally integrate into plans. So we have a tool called CalAdapt that is really a dashboard where you can pull all of the climate projection information for the state. For any given location, you can put in a specific place and pull that information that can be integrated into a plan. And so we've done this for state facilities where we can look at all across the state, what are the kinds of risks that our facilities are facing? But then also for local governments, they can access that information. And we have a companion adaptation planning guide, which really is fully integrated to walk you through how do you use those data to start informing a plan and making and developing strategies to prepare for climate impacts. Likewise, we have a set of climate change indicators that the state is collecting and tracking on a regular interval so we can understand what's happening. Sorry.
Are you getting close to the end of your remarks?
Yeah, sorry. I was just about to wrap up. So I think those are all elements that work together to really support comprehensive action at the city level.
Thanks very much, Lou. Sorry to cut you off there, but want to make give much opportunity for questions as possible. I'm now going to turn to Ron. Ron, we've probably, I think we've done a good job of advocating the importance of real-time monitoring and so on. And if we have done a good job, I'm sure there's a number of people in the audience and online and in person asking themselves, well, how do I get involved in this? What's involved in it? How do we, what's the cost involved? What are the big challenges that I'm likely to face if I'm going to try and implement one of these systems?
So I think, so the first step to getting involved is to figure out how much of the work you want to do yourself and how much you'd like to ask us to do. And then to the costs, we've managed to move to a point where the hardware costs itself are not the driving cost anymore. It's really the labor costs. It's the cost of whoever it is, like Craig, who's going to work out the deals with the buildings where we'll install sensors. It's the cost of interpreting the data afterwards, and as Lucy Hutyra described, building the partnership with cities so that the science community and the policy community learn to speak the same language. So putting us in the room often enough that we're asking questions that each side thinks is interesting and important and valuable to answer and can be expressed in common language. So those are the key things to be doing as part of this. And so in that sense, we're almost at a point where the sensor network itself is the most straightforward part. There's a parts cost, and it's about $8,000 a location, and some computer costs for being able to interpret the data. But then comes the real work of being able to engage and tell stories and help people figure out which policies will work. And that's why we're doing this. That's what's more interesting and more fun about it.
Thanks very much for that, Ron. So, Randy, your organisation, the AGU, get very much involved in local impact. And can you give us some examples of the AGU's work with local communities to help solve their environmental challenges?
Sure. Thank you, and thank you for hosting this event and the collaborations and the partnerships for bringing us here. This is fantastic. And I want to build off of what a lot of people have been saying, which is these local solutions really are the building blocks of everything, and building the public will, which leads to public policy, which leads to where the money goes, is really important, which is what the Honourable Ms. Moynihan laid out for us. And it's a small point, but it's really important of how we do this as a community. The science and the science community can't come into these areas and just say, here's done science, apply it to your community, and let us walk away. We've just sort of given you the answer. This co-creation model is really incredibly important. And it's a matter of really eliciting from the community, and our program, the Thriving Earth Exchange, actually trains people in how to engage the local community and asking the questions that elicit from them what the challenge they want to solve is. And then that really can develop new scientific questions, the questions that we're not even asking ourselves. And when that happens, it begins to engender the trust in the science and in the trust in the solutions. And in particular, it also bridges that valley of death of sometimes where the science solution doesn't actually get applied, and that we lose the applicability and the inertia and the expense and the suspicion and culture, and the misalignment begins to arise from it. So we think it's really, this co-creation is incredibly important. And some examples of what we've done where this is, we're working in over 200 communities, so we have quite a few examples, but I'll just focus on a couple. In New Orleans, there's in the United States, New Orleans, Louisiana, Claiborne Avenue Alliance is a study where we have worked with the African American community, which actually had an overpass that was built over the community, a historic neighborhood, black neighborhood in New Orleans. And we are helping them by sharing data about the air and the water and the noise pollution that's being created and the impact that has on them as human beings, which is going to hopefully dismantle this overpass that has been created, that has destroyed their community. Working with geologists and town leaders in Glastonbury, UK, we identified some reasons for residents that they have unsafe well water, and it was an underlying geological structure that moved towards plans for moving residents' city water from sources that are likely to remain unsafe. We've worked with communities in Afghanistan and upstate New York, Standing Rock, North Dakota and South Dakota, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, using climate science as part of creating and updating ecological calendars, because with climate change, their growing patterns for their agriculture has actually shifted and changed, and now they know where and how to grow their crops and to feed their communities. And then there's also, we've done some grassroots monitoring to ensure fracking is not polluting the local water. And in one area, we were actually doing a pond that was used by a day camp for developmentally disabled children, and helping them to understand what was happening there. We've worked with healthy communities in planting trees and creating greenscaping that combats urban heat and reduces flooding, beautifies neighborhoods in New Orleans. And not only did the scientists help select the sites, but they also helped select the plants and other things to ensure that they were creating a healthy environment and they were going to sustain during this time as well. But all of this coming back to the GEMM is really that, the example of Ron's work using sensors and backwards modeling to monitor greenhouse gas emissions in the Scotland and Berkeley is really that the agenda is driving down the cost for places that have less financial resources, and how we can do that and help communities that really are in need is really important to us. And we think that's really going to help to build the science culture.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for that, Randy. So I now turn to David. David is part of Optica. We've been very much involved with the GEMM project. And I really wanted to, I was thinking, David, we've heard a lot today about the air quality monitoring that GEMM is involved in. Can you say anything more about other areas of measurement that GEMM is planning, either already involved in or planning to be involved in?
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Alistair. So you, as Alistair said, you've heard an awful lot about all our great work and exciting work in air quality and greenhouse gas monitoring, but we've also been exploring the water quality space, in particular with some partners in New Zealand who hopefully I think we're able to make the online platform today to watch our sessions. And also in Canada, looking at, based at the University of Laval that Professor Strickland mentioned earlier during her remarks. The University of Laval is a large Canadian research organization named Sentinel North, or Sentinel Nord in French, or what I think is French. I don't speak French, and apologies for that. And they were an Arctic observing and Arctic research organization, a large one too, supported by the central Canadian, the federal government. And we've worked a bit with them to look at how new technologies, in particular, of course, in Arctic climates, you need not only low cost, but you need very durable and well-powered equipment. So we worked a bit with them to figure out what we could bring to those remote areas, and where climate change typically is felt first and fastest and hardest.
Well, we've heard from all the panelists. You've got some idea of their interests and the things that they've got to contribute. Questions either from the audience or online. We have an online question. Peter.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yep.
Great. So Arturo Roa Santana asked, I observe a tremendous advance of tools to monitor the cities. Is there a mechanism or resources to support projects on this topic in developing countries, in particular for sensor networks? So maybe Ron could help answer that, and perhaps Sean as well.
Ron, do you want to have a go at that?
I think there's no one mechanism for supporting sensor networks in developing countries or developed countries. That each city that we've worked in has been finding local interested parties who want to work on the problem and who collaborate with us to find resources together. But I think Sean and maybe Randy too could speak to this.
Anyone else want to come in? Right, Sean.
I'd be happy to say something on this. In developing countries, what we've found is there is a fragmented landscape of practitioners, from DIY, do-it-yourself types, to short-term research projects, to the cities themselves trying to procure sensors and try to make them work. One of the things we are trying to support is the formation of a consortium for better air quality data. And one of the things we're going to roll out in the next month, hopefully before year end, is an open data management system where we can have this data, the ground observations, at least collated, archived, managed, quality assured, and so on in one place. It'll be a systematic way forward, because what we're finding is in poorer nations, there's actually a lot more measurement going on, particularly for PM 2.5, that we know of. It's as we engage in forums like this and learn about from the practitioners, are people that we realize that they have a little project here and a little project there. And so that's one thing we want to pull together, so that we can look collectively at our data set. We have experimented in a collaboration right now with IQ Air, where just for PM 2.5, we have this crowdsourced platform of real-time data, but we want to expand this out to include other sources of or other variables for air pollutants. Another thing that we will do, and we're gearing up to launch this with the Clean Air Fund and others, is indeed on this consortium that we want to put together, so we can map out what's going on across the landscape, not just monitoring, but capacities, much like what's represented here today. So as we look to develop a proposal or to implement an activity, we have this resource base, you can call it a roster if I may, that we can then systematically pull from to really have a more optimized way of intervening. And so this would help, I think, the community in many of these developing countries, because we could bring together what already exists, but complement based on the value chain that's already out there. And these sort of mechanisms, I think, could be value added.
Very much for that, Sean. Now we have another question. Just say who you are and what your affiliation is.
So Tom Gardiner from the National Physical Laboratory in the UK. We've heard a lot today, and actually from a number of the panel members, of the co-benefits of combining the air quality and the climate emission measurements. But very often these two areas are resourced managed and regulated in very different ways. I just wondered what the panel's thoughts on what could be done to lead to a better integration of these in the longer term.
That sounds like a question for Ron.
I think so. So I think, for starters, I think the scientific community has to push back on this artificial division that's been created. That the idea that there's an emission inventory for air quality that doesn't include CO2 makes no sense. Right? So you'll often find emission inventories are built around carbon monoxide as the reference, and then other things are relative to carbon monoxide. But that's just, one small step away from CO2. So that should be the starting point, is the emission inventory for both air quality and climate models should be the same inventory, because all the same activities are represented. And if we started from there, then if you're in a mode where you're doing something that affects the CO2 inventory, you're implicitly also changing the air quality inventory, and the two over time could become self-consistent. But that's really where it has to start. It has to start with the formal basis for modeling air quality or CO2 starting with the same processes. Because right now there's a tremendous amount of waste and duplication from the two communities proceeding separately.
Thanks for that, Ron. I think Dom wanted to come in.
Yes, it's a very good point. I mean, historically, there has been, possibly it hasn't worked well together in terms of carbon reduction and local air quality. And the most obvious example of that is the promotion of diesel that undoubtedly helped cut down on carbon output, but also undoubtedly led to an extended period where we're just not meeting our local air quality management objectives and subjecting our cities to longer before we meet those health-based objectives. I would say that the tide has definitely turned on that as far as the Scottish Government is concerned. And one of the main thrusts of the Cleaner Air for Scotland 2 strategy that came out earlier this year is how we can maximise those benefits. I mentioned before that there's a mandatory objective regarding climate change reduction as part of the low emission zone, but that extends into all kinds of interventions that we might look to take, including in the planning process, including in transport. So we haven't always done the best in marrying the two together, but I think there's real progress to be made, and we are making it just now.
Thanks very much for that, Dom. Any other contributions from panel members? Louise, you look like
I would
go ahead.
I would just mention a few air districts in California have started doing planning that looks both at criteria air pollutants and at greenhouse gas emissions, the Bay Area being one example where they did their official planning process as a multi-pollutant plan. And so I think you are starting to see some incremental work like that as well at the planning level that could build on Ron's point.
Thanks for that, Louise. The one thing that I observed, I chair our local GEMM group here, and we have a whole range of disciplines and a whole range of interests. And not only, so we've talked there about the air pollution versus greenhouse gases. The divide, there's a very similar divide in water. We've got people, some of my colleagues are only interested in salt water, others are only interested in fresh water, and they don't really seem to talk to one another. And of course the salmon, it does both. So, any other questions online or in the audience? Yeah.
Hi, so this is Karina from the Suez. I gave a presentation earlier. I have a question to Dom as the representative from the city side of working with the scientists and instrumentation. What's your main learning from having worked on this topic for the past 2 years?
What, sorry?
The deployment of the GEMM network and, working with, especially, we're talking earlier about the dialogue between two communities that don't necessarily have aligned objectives or time scale. So what's your main learning point from that experience?
I would say my main learning point, and Craig will probably agree with me, is that you have to have a better understanding of the bureaucracy around using schools to site these equipments. It takes quite a bit of time, especially when you have a secondary school estate organised and run by one organisation and the primary school estate organised and run by the council. It's much less easy than I first expected when we set out to do this, and it has caused delays. As far as once it's up and running is concerned, I'm nothing but optimistic about what we can gain from it. Your presentation showed how this kind of data can be presented, the value that we can extract from it, and hopefully that will really help us in our, not just our reporting side of things, but also our communication with the public, to let them really understand what it is interventions are trying to achieve, how successful they're likely to be, and help us gauge which interventions are likely to have the best impact.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I think this is a kind of another manifestation of the kind of point that Ron was making earlier. The whole cost of this isn't just simply the sensors and the technical side is relatively small compared to all the other things that go around it. As soon as you start to do these installations and deal with bureaucracy, there's costs in terms of people's time and labour and so on. And so, but that's a man-made thing. We should be able to do something about that. David, do you want to come in?
I'd just like to add to that. I think that's a great point Don just made. And what we've seen, I'm sure you've seen as well, Karina, and others who have worked in this space, that the best successes, the most complete successes occur where all the different interests are aligned at the local, regional, and national levels, but not just in the government, but also scientifically, technologically, and in industry. So here, just for example, obviously we're in Scotland, so let's use Glasgow. Our Member of Parliament here is here to supporting this project, the City of Glasgow, the University of Strathclyde, and everybody's rowing in the same direction, you know, and that's really, really important because there are so many dependencies and contingencies when you're trying to deploy actual little devices on roofs that need to be powered and then feed data back over international boundaries or what have you, and just having everybody on the same page is a really marker of success.
Carol, please.
Could I just add to that and just, you know, to endorse what David's saying and also say one thing that we're not talking enough about is members of the public. And it's important that members of the public don't feel things are being done to them and that actually have an active involvement in decision making. And I think that's probably something as politicians we don't always get right. We are influenced by public campaigns, of course, but sometimes it does need, we need to be selling things to the public and getting their buy-in, as I mentioned earlier. And without that, you do run the risk of, here's another politician doing something to us that we've not asked for and we don't need. So we do need to get that public buy-in as well.
We have another question from the audience here.
Hello, yeah. Alistair Manning from the Met Office. A comment, first of all. So the first comment is about, I agree entirely with Ron, that obviously when you create an inventory, you should do it across the piece. And in the UK, we actually do that. So the same organisation does both the greenhouse gases and the air quality. So in that sense, the UK seems to have got that bit right. Question for Dom, really. I was really interested by the powerful statement of going net zero as a city by 2030. One, how do you think you're going to achieve that, I suppose? And when do you think how do you know you've achieved it or not achieved it?
Nice, easy question. Thanks very much. Well, the main, we've declared a climate emergency, and then as a result of that went on to create a climate plan. So the climate plan has 60 actions that are intended to take us towards that 2030 goal of net zero. There is absolutely no denying it is an extremely ambitious target. It will rely not only on us being able to achieve those targets, but it will also depend quite significantly on funding issues as well, both from central government, local government, and from the private sector. I know that's the theme of COP today, is around finance, and Glasgow, I believe, have put in a £30 billion funding plan as such to try to attract the funding that they'll need. I believe they're committed to around about £1.5 billion of direct funding. For more detail, I'll have to refer you to our website, I'm afraid, but there is no doubt it is incredibly ambitious, and it will take a real effort to get there. As far as how we prove that we've reached it or not, I think we're relying a lot on the standard reporting measures, the National Atmospheric Emissions Inventory figures feeding back in to us. So given that they run 2 years in arrears, we might not know if we made it in 2030 until 2032, but we're working towards it.
If there are no further questions, we're just about bang on time. So that was excellent chairmanship, sir. So thank you very much to the panel. That essentially brings us to towards the end of the afternoon. But the night is young. We still have a reception and a dinner just outside. I'd like to thank everyone who's participated in this. Particularly like to thank the people sitting in the back up there. We've got Claire and Grant and Stuart and many others who've been involved behind the scenes, all the people who've spoken today in chair sessions and so on. Particular thanks to Carol for missing that vote. I think I know what that vote was all about, and it sounds like I know the way that the vote went. Anyway, we're now...
Now, so I mean, if anyone's got any money they want to throw my way, apparently that's okay now.
Can I be your agent? So I'd like to now hand over to Tom Baer. Tom, as we know, has been here all day. So Tom will now ask to do some concluding remarks.
Well, thank you, Alistair. You know, we have heard today from government and city officials from Scotland and California, scientists, economists, and lawyers presenting their perspectives on the critical role cities will play in meeting the greenhouse gas emission targets that are being set here this week at COP26. The host of COP26, the City of Glasgow, and the University of Strathclyde, along with several other institutions that are part of the GEMM initiative, are demonstrating how city officials working with universities can put in place emission reduction policies that are effective, practical, and equitable. These policies will not only make an essential contribution to reducing global warming, but also significantly improve the quality of life for city residents. We welcome the opportunity to coordinate similar programs in interested cities around the globe. The international membership of Optica and the American Geophysical Union stand ready to supply their technical expertise. The multidisciplinary GEMM centers will help integrate the scientific data into economic and legal frameworks to help guide city officials in formulating successful policies. In conclusion, I'd like to especially thank our hosts at the University of Strathclyde, Sir Jim McDonald and Professor Alistair Ferguson, for their leadership. Ron Cohen from UC Berkeley and Craig McKee from Strathclyde, who have collaborated on installing the dense measurement network here in Glasgow, and Duncan Booker and Dom Callahan, our primary collaborators from the City of Glasgow. Thank you, of course, as well to all of our speakers and to all of you for participating in this GEMM Summit at COP26. If you're interested in continuing the conversation, please contact us at www.gemminitiative.org. For those of you at COP26 in Glasgow, I sincerely hope you have a very productive meeting and have safe travels back to your homes. And we'll see you in Egypt at COP27. Thank you, Alistair.
Thanks very much, Tom, for those remarks. That brings the proceedings to a close for this afternoon. But the night is young, as Carol said. There's lots of opportunities for conversation out in the lobby. So please join us there for a drink and then something to eat. So thanks all for attending.